I should probably be in the webcam when I turn that on. Just hold up. We all unplugged here. Yeah. Yeah. What's Sash? What's up, Sash? It's a boy Sash, the man. I just want to check that I get the desktop audio out somewhere. I have 3 displays, so I'm just winning at life right now. Well, I mean, we could just play it and see.
This is not adding much to the conversation. Could we get back to the topic away from the...
Cool, but you guys aren't getting my my display YouTube diagram window. There we go. Hello? Where's my Miro? Am I in the wrong? No. Show it. I can see you fucking around. Show it. There's always some technical difficulties, man. I'm pissed off. Okay, fine. I'm just going to put a whole ass display. You're just going to see the whole ass display? I do not want that. See? Look. You take that one, but you don't take this one. There you go. What the hell? What was the reason that happened? There's absolutely no reason. I was doing exactly the same thing. I'm losing it. Anyway. I need to make you guys, your chat bigger, but I don't know how. Gotta like zoom into this. There we go. I think this is it. No, that's translate. No. It was reading for me. You know what? It's kind of weird. There we go. I'm just gonna have to read closely. God, I can't wait until I have some sort of different setup than this, because anyway, it's not a mistake. I mean, it's not an excuse. Daisy, please. Okay, afternoon. It's afternoon for Forful. What's up, D? Thanks for coming by, even though it's late for you. Scum! Guys, this is the one, right? Okay? This is the last time we do this shit. Well, this shit. This particular brand of shit. So, shall we get into it? I didn't even look at this afterwards because I was just not. Yeah, I was just over it. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Okay, that's very nice and great, and I'd probably be a lot faster with these, but nope. Okay. Can you guys see? Okay. So yeah, this was my favorite thing. That's fascinating, Tails. Church fires were accidental, so it was just like, what the fuck did you just insert into this conversation? There's absolutely nothing interesting. What you've just done here is just made us all stupid. So are you happy? So then, yeah, then we stopped. We went a few minutes, but we'll be overlapping from last stream so that we can catch up properly. It was glorious. You will be completely tomorrow night. Thanks, Neb. I'm expecting it. I've heard it from everybody. It's going to be interesting. Can we see that rant again? What, his rant? Yes, let's go. Okay, so we got to about... Okay, so we were on 129, so it should be around here. Well, don't spill wine.
Seem to be exempt from fire codes or be aware that
Okay, so
fire
this is him
extinguishers
saying
have
his
been
thing.
invented.
That's fascinating, Tail. So your current assertion is that all the fucking churches that burned down in Canada over the past 2 years was accidental, and Catholic priests, on top of being fucking pedos
Look at Lauren laughing her ass off.
and fucking Native American beaters, are fucking dog shit at fucking fire safety. That's what you want to contribute to this fucking conversation right now?
I'm contributing to you the facts as they stand. If you have a problem with the facts as they stand, that's your problem.
I have problems with the fucking facts because you keep doing this meta conversation bullshit that has fucking nothing to do with what's going on. So
She's like this. Like, you like... Luckily she was on mute because she would have made it even worse. Okay, you're always updating and restalling. Yeah. I've got new switches coming today and a smaller keyboard tomorrow. I think you do. What do you need all these keyboards for? What's up, Nico? You did not miss anything. I do want to go and watch your video. Shall we watch that? I think we'll do that halfway. We'll go and watch your videos just as a palate cleanser. And then we'll come back to the shit. I don't die inside. I love it. I love what Counterpoints does here. It's glorious, and you know what? I'm very happy that I can watch it without screaming, laughing, squealing, laughing. Because the first time I did, it was incredible. Like he was just saying what everyone's thinking, and like that's it. I love him for that. This is great. And you can see Lawrence also just having a good time. And they just look at them. Look at Lance. He's acting like nothing. Like, he's not laughing either. How do you not?
Tell me, because I am frustrated with you. What the fuck did you just add to the conversation by saying that maybe Catholic priests are accidentally burning down their own churches? Is that a serious...
She's like, thank you, God.
...contention that Lauren and I are supposed to take on earnestly? Do you think that we need to go back to fucking google.com right now and be real quick and like be like, hey, what's the fucking fire codes of the fucking Vatican? Do they put out fucking fire safety briefs for the priests? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to research with that information?
He's asking you a real question. Like, and then Rabbit Dude, okay, so you see, this is why Sash was arguing with people on Twitter, and one of his mates is Bunny Chow, basically, and I made fun of Tale of Two Rabbits by calling him Bunny Chow. So it's not the same person. We know that it's not, because this person's actually still on the internet, whereas this kind of Bunny Chow over here, he's not. Lance hit blank NPC face always on. No, I hate his face. Just pisses me off. He's always got this going on. Like, he's like, how dare you be so, wow, you're so stupid. He always has this kind of look. It's just...
Are you asking me for tips? And
No,
tricks?
I'm not, because I know you're shit post.
Like, I couldn't believe that he said, are you asking for tips? Like, that was one thing. Like, he just called your shit out, and you decided that you were going to go with this. You thought this was fun? This was a good thing? Are you looking for tips or whatever? Like, I guess he thought, yeah, zing. No, that's not a zing. That's stupid. You made yourself look even more stupid. I know we don't need exactly to keep this line going, but it does help me keep things straight-ish. Okay. I'm sure we got plenty to go. And we'll finish up here quite quickly. We'll get to this quite quickly. I'm sure of it. Yeah. Okay. So I've forgotten, because I was too busy. Like, I was also out of it after that because I laughed so hard. I was kind of just giddy. I was kind of drunk on laughter after that. So this anyway, this is his he is so what do you call it? Not rude. He's childish with that response. Like the screen and subscribe, you shift aces. Yeah. Well, if you don't subscribe, you're not a shift ace. So just think about that. Everybody wants to be a shift ace. So, well, unless you're Kyle. Kyle is a shift acre, and he's the only one that's allowed to be a shift acre. My day has been alrighty because it was a public holiday for my company, not for Dubai. So I tried to do some video editing, and we haven't gotten very far. But all I can say is part of my trailer for my channel is it says "you stupid." Well, it's a stupid woman quote is in there, and it's basically what Carl said in the first episode. But anyway, please try control yourself today. What did Scum do? Tale of two rabbits, not two rabbits. Twin rabbits. I don't give a shit. It's almost Easter. Let's show some respect. Yeah, he's isn't he he's Native American, so he doesn't care about Easter, does he? It doesn't matter. Connor did the rock. Doesn't matter. The Serfs guys are just catching the sound bites they need. Yeah. But they don't need them. Like you should delete this. Never let anyone see this. But I guess the soundbite is, ooh, look how unhinged Connor got. So let's go. Scum had me laughing last. Let him he must continue. We need laughter.
And you're being an asshole for no fucking reason. Contribute to the fucking conversation or don't.
I'm identifying that the
shit.
church fires preceded any announcement of these graves. And your assertion repeatedly is that there is some sort of...
Repeatedly. Oh, he also uses such diction to show he's irritated.
So hold the fuck up. So if I take a look... Why
Connor,
the fuck are you taking my ball?
Connor, because I got...
That, okay, so that was the... what's up, Mix? Yeah, so that was the rant we just looked at. Again, I'm not even sure what... I guess I could just continue, just contribute, just keep... Listen, we got to map even the stupid social things. So they're not stupid anyway. Contribute to the conversation or don't. And then we have our beautiful moderator, who gets a black block. Stop. Okay. And then, oh yeah, let's just tag this with bad moderation. Like, I don't know, maybe you stop them both. You don't go, oh, let him respond. You're both just you guys have just entered into a confrontation that is not going to benefit the debate. Maybe stop them, tell them to take a breath. Stop them both. Don't stop one for the other because you're just making Connor angry. But anyway.
Gotta let him at least finish if you want to respond to him. Okay. Tail, please.
Okay, anyway.
Please finish.
I think Connor might need to take a break. But
do you want to finish? Okay.
I do this all the time, buddy.
I'm perfectly fine. I'm good.
God, he's got such a... So how do we not know how he looks, but you know that he's got a face that is just one of those that you want to slap?
You may can proceed.
What?
It's obviously...
That ending was cringe, Andrew. It really was. I think I'm also going to say, like, where he... so I guess stop, and then we'll have the shout. Oh, you take my ball. Take my ball. Like, that just wasn't the greatest. Ugh.
Very important to you.
It is.
Hey, Connor, you can go on.
See, thank you for the dog bowl, Dylan. Ding ding. So fucking all right. So you said that these church burnings happened in the past as well. If I was to Google church burnings and look at it statistically, do you think I would see an increase over the past 2 years?
I have absolutely no idea.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
I would say
He thought that saying no was gonna like be some sort of gotcha. But he was just, and I love the way the content is like, then what the fuck are you talking about? Then just shut up. What kind of reasoning? What value have you brought here? He's asked you for some sort of value, and it just, this whole exchange. I think if I could create a frame here, this whole exchange over here is just, oh god, really? It's just too much. Create a frame. It's what would we even call this frame? Absolutely irrelevant. Okay. Okay, let's go.
and come on, Kendra, you don't have to be
amazing.
you don't have to be condescending in every single response you do to Tail. Come on. I mean,
Then
if
I
you
want
don't
Tail to say something real.
I did. Connor, I said something.
Come. In the last few years compared to previously. No. Then what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, and then I want to say, no, this is no time for phone calls. My mom's checking on my hairdo. Then I don't even Tail. I don't even want to do this whole map like in terms of this exchange, like blah blah blah. Can we get back to something absolutely, like something that is resembling an intelligent conversation? Somewhat. Okay, let's go. Can we just continue?
Real.
Okay, you
At
said
least
that
one of the
Catholic
church fires
priests
that
are
was-
burning down their own churches by being assholes and putting incense in the wrong spot. That's what I heard.
Incense.
If you
Is that
have a
your real
problem with that-
contribution to this conversation?
if you have a problem with that fact, it is
Mhm.
your problem to have. I'm
Okay, I
simply
have a problem with
telling
that
you-
fact.
Well,
Okay,
then,
we do need to map that. I think you guys really like that he said I have a problem with that fact. If
that's your problem.
well, then that's your problem to have. Anyway, so I just want to say that if what was his fact? Sorry, what the fuck was your fact? Word salad?
Okay, you said
least
that
one of the
Catholic
church fires
priests
that
are
was-
burning down their own churches by being assholes and putting incense in the wrong spot. That's what I heard.
If you
Is that
have a
your real
problem with that-
contribution to this conversation?
if you have a problem with that fact, it is
Mhm.
your problem.
Okay, we can't go over these things too much because it just pisses me off every single time, and then my threshold of patience just. Okay, so what did priests are being assholes? Burning down churches by putting incense in the wrong place. I just have to message my mom. Usually in gaming streams, I would answer the phone on my parents' phone, but then I stay on the phone forever. And that was when I was in South Africa, so I would be seeing them a lot. But now phone calls are a lot longer. So he's failed the rhetoric game, failing to understand. Yeah. Oh, Kava's here. Hey, what's up? Hi. Make us some funny memes about this dude. Connor should have just said, that's an exception to the rule. So what proof do you have that the current church burnings are all because incense fires? I mean, I would want to, he would weasel around that and say, that's not what I'm saying. So it is kind of like you say, so are you saying, is this evidence, like he's asking the legitimate question. It sounds like you're implying that these are all on purpose or accidental due to negligence. I'm trying to understand your opinion. Don't do performative ignorance, because that's just stupid passive aggression. So don't go, I haven't heard that. Like actually just speak about the one, like ask the person, ask a question genuinely. What the fuck are you even talking about? But I can understand Connor is over it. So he's going to speak to him like shit, because like I said in the previous stream, this guy, bunny man, tails, twin, two, whatever, rabbits, he has been in the most passive-aggressive zone, and then Connor's just like, I'm done with this. He has the aggression in the exact same, at the same amount of aggression as your passivity, I will return to you. I wonder what memes were spawned out of this debate. The coffin meme. I never thought there could be anything worse than Twitch live notifications, but here we are. What? Oh, you mean, in terms of how bad they are? Have you put on all notifications? Because personalized notifications doesn't work. Don't be sorry for the sidetrack. We need some cleansing with admin. Okay. So he says that peace being a burning churches by burning. That's what you're trying to say. And then if you have a problem with that fact, more nothingness, in my opinion. Wait, yeah, Lance is pink. If you have a problem with that fact, then it's your problem. Which is the biggest word salad he's produced in a very small amount of words. Do you know what I'm saying? Absolute. Huh? Like, how is that? That is, how much nothing can you say in one sentence? And yet say so much at the same time, because he's that's literally, actually, that's it. He's done. He does have a problem with your fact and your expression of that fact, the relevance of that fact. But anyway, let's relax. I have a problem. This is that fact. Okay, and here I just want to put a comment from us, which is shuts down the detour. I hope. Okay, I don't even know what color I've given us. Green. I think we're green. It's stats moron. Where are we? I've got notifications on and I got none. Yeah. And you're also on in a million Discord, so you're not going to see that. So, but hey, you made it, and it's not like we've gone through a shitload of stuff right now. We're like 2 seconds in. We haven't even gone past the part where we stopped last time, so not much. Connor should have said, sure, people burn churches occasionally. We're talking about the increase in crime, not existence of clergy. Exactly! That is perfect. I'm putting that, Andrew. Because that that is what he means. That's what he means by I want Twin Tosser to say something real. Like, this is, you are giving us stupid, irrelevant things. Like, you think because the word church is in it and burning is in it, it's relevant. And you are not at all doing the work to frame it as relevant either. You're just saying, in your most performative tone and condescending tone, like, and that somehow the way that you say it is supposed to impress us. And my favorite thing about Connor is that he was not fucking impressed. I don't think anyone was, let's be honest. But the point is, he refuses to pretend he's impressed or to remain neutral. He actually takes action to say, no, fuck you, I'm not interested in this. Although I can't believe it, Rabbit Man does not have the grace to even be ashamed of himself. So
to have.
Okay, I have a problem with that
you,
fact.
Well, then that's your problem to have.
Okay.
Question: Are Catholic?
okay, so now I remember us going, Lauren, stop it. I know you just want to cause shit right now. But stop. I mean, it's funny what she says here, and I've forgotten what she says, but I know it's funny. And it's like, I think we oh, Kava also didn't get it. I hate YouTube. Varshisms. Lauren throws Bunny Man's logic back here, man. Yeah, that's what I loved about it. Like, it does. It's great for us, but to try and keep this man out of the mud, you know what? Actually, no. I remember one of the things I did, the way it came off, like as we had, because now we're fresh, right? But coming from the rest of the debates, I was so tired of all of this, and I was actually happy with Lauren going this way, because it's like, who the fuck cares anymore? These people aren't engaging the way they need to be. There's nothing interesting we're going to find out in this debate. There's no good faith here. There's just absolute bullshit. So let's take it. Let's do it, and let's actually note that down. The beauty of Lauren.
Priests also putting paint on the front of their churches and beheading their statues, paint that says "fight for," X progressive cause. I've literally seen the serfs tweeting out stuff that says, we were just indigenous children. Are the Catholic priests putting that up on their church walls? Are they the ones doing that graffiti? That's been an exponential growth the last few months.
I'm more than willing to acknowledge that there's plenty of things that have been happening over the last 3 or 5 or 10 years that could be.
Look at her face. Okay, wait. I need to make this bigger. Look at her face. Can you guys see? Like, she's like, are you fucking for real? She's kind of like, is everyone listening to this? Did everyone hear this? And he goes, I'm willing, like, he doesn't even follow her on that. Willing to, okay, so I'm gonna put you here because you're kind of you're arguing. More absolute bullshit. I'm just gonna does a bad faith. Bad faith. Both. Bad faith. Bob. And why are you so small? Excuse? Okay. Willing to admit. Oh yes, and also performative ignorance. Performative ignorance of the point that she's trying to make. So let's do a PI and also increase the performative ignorance counter, which you could do if Stream Elements was working. So, but we're just going to have to do it through OBS. And you can't even see it. Let me just move it down for you guys. 6. I think it's way more than that, but let's just stick with what we had before. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I need to kind of... Let me see if I can zoom this in. Let me zoom, bitch. Yes, I can see you guys now. Yay. Kava, are you in this? I've got posted screenshot chat it up channel. Oh shit, you're not, but we're friends on Discord. So that's why I didn't even realize. But historically I've experienced, I also have experience with bad experiences. And there is an Anderson, humiliating your debate opponents is a more effective win than beating them with logic and facts. Yes, in their circles. To us, it's like it's maybe it's satisfying for when, say, Sitch and Adam will humiliate someone with the facts and logic, but when, and also there is the optics that our lovely friend Voosh over there seems to win with. He wins with optics, but not the logic. If you go back and you look at it logically, he's definitely not won it. That's more satisfying for them, but for us, it's like there's no honor in that. Can I drop a Discord? Yes, you can. If Stream Elements was here, this would work. So let's check it out. Let's see if it works. Let's see who does it first. Andrew or Stream Elements, who will win? I'm thinking Andrew. Oh, what? Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. Let's see, wait. Rant. It's supposed to say that the counter has increased. But no, it's not working. But that might be my fault. Anyway, the point is it did a Discord. And let's see, wait, we do a social media. Come on, Twitter. Woo. Okay, only a small percentage of the audience actually pays attention to the actual arguments. The majority bases their opinion on feelings. Yeah, it's like they have just a kind of like who dissed the other person better. But that depends on which channel you are performing. In terms of the way it looks on the stream that you're doing, like to Bob, the audience that's there on his version of the stream, they're thinking he's doing great. And then, so it's a perception thing, but at least with this, a lot of people did not enjoy this. A lot of Serfs people were like, I would have won, but I have to wait for the delay. Wait, is there a delay? I turned off slow mode. What delay? There's no delay. Are you making excuses, Andrew? Let's check it out. There's no delay. Well, there's a tiny bit of delay, just a normal delay. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, we're off track here. I think Andrew would have won. Andrew shows up, Stream Elements. I don't even think you stick around long enough to tell me to stand up every 45 minutes, Stream Elements.
Started in any number of conceivable ways, but you haven't actually addressed what I said.
Oh.
Which was...
Okay, sorry, I do willing to accept or church burnings and occurrences in the past 5 or 10 years, but you haven't addressed my point. Okay, point. Okay. What is the point?
These fires preceded the news.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. These fires preceded the news. Chat. Okay. These fires preceded the news. Okay, first of all, they are not saying that the news was not involved with this, but okay. I don't need to fight the let's just see what the participants said.
Let me break this down for you really quickly. I was a former law enforcement officer, okay?
Didn't
We
need to say
investigate
that.
things. When something picks up in a certain pattern, let's say that there's like one burglary in one area, and then it's just one burglary and then it happens. Okay, well, burglary happens. We try to investigate it. If we don't figure it out, then okay, whatever. If 20 burglaries occur in the same area within a month, there's probably a reason for it, so you can investigate it. And what I'm doing right now is I'm doing 1 + 1 = 2. And you're saying 1 is maybe a 0.5, so maybe it doesn't equal 2. And I have no idea what this adds to the conversation, because we're literally light years ahead of where you're going.
I do want to say this is not adding much to the conversation. Could we get back to the topic away from the fire incense theory?
I'm very happy that Dylan says that, but I'm quite interested in how he only managed to do that when Connor was the one that was talking about it. So I don't know if in his head he knew he was actually going against Buddy Boy over there, or if he was being good faith and being like, yeah, it doesn't add to the conversation. So let's just be good faith and say, yes, he was being a good moderator. Doesn't add to the conversation. Please move on. So today there was a nice fight with Sash and some other people on Twitter, and they were like, "Go on, Kitty will host the debate on her stream," because they were arguing about imperialism and Ukraine, etc. So I was like, "Yeah, let's do that," but the guy blocked the other two. He doesn't want to engage in that. But I was like, I have never moderated a debate, but considering my interest in this and my judgments of Dylan, I would like to practice that. But I guess if we have more examples of bad and good moderation, then maybe I'll because we haven't had moderated debates. This is our first one, so doing a good moderated one might help me learn before I try that at some point. At least we need to find someone who will do it in any case.
Sure.
Can I just want to good moderation for a change. Okay, please can we have a new block? I don't want to do this thread anymore. This is also why Connor got in trouble in the Destiny panel. People don't often like an appeal to authority, especially when you're the authority. Yeah, exactly. I don't think he should have. I'm former law investigation. Like, I'm going to put that here just to make notes of it. Law enforcement. Yeah, I just want to put our comment there. I'll put yours because you wrote it so nicely. Thank you, Nico. Hey, what's up, PC? I just want to, I haven't read your message yet. I'm just going to get Nico in. Stupid YouTube and its lack of space. I think Adam is a very good moderator. Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see. I want to map that. What about when Sitch moderated the Adam and Mr. Girl debates? That went well. Is that a joke? Because people are like, oh, Sitch, me. The conversation is starting to degrade at this point. It degraded back there, D.
Okay, I would like to ask a question from the Serfs because basically
Sure.
I'm sure he could educate us
Wait.
and then we could have some contention.
Connor, can I let you ask? I just want to make one really like
Woman, to me again, Lauren.
2-second point. You'll like
again.
it. I promise.
God.
You know what? I'm willing to concede that fires happened before all these fires that happen now, and maybe it's just the fires continuing. But assault and rape existed before the residential schools, so you know, you never know. All right, Connor, go.
That's the beautiful logic that she came up with. And I don't think he even realizes that he doesn't even realize the beauty of that. It's like willing to concede. Fires happened before this. I'm gonna say church fires to make sure it makes sense. Happened before this, but also rape and assault happened before the residential. Cava +1. What did Cava do? I prefer Adam as a moderator over his debate style. Lol. Oh, you know what? I want a cartoon now of Adam's debate style versus his moderation. I want Cava to just make put all of the comics together. I feel like Adam would join the debate rather than continue to moderate. Look, yeah, it depends on the comment, on the topic. I mean, if it was MMT, do you think he would be able to moderate? Yeah. So I think I like Adam's debate tactics a lot of the time because he does what Connor's done here, but without being too bad, like too as not as crazy as Connor has gotten here. Like when he did the "you piece of fucking shit," that was the same sort of energy as Connor's done here, where it's kind of like, I'm done with your passive aggressive bullshit, and that's the end of it. Okay, like fuck you. Okay, we're done. And I enjoyed that, especially because. But the thing is, yes, to those guys' audiences, but then again, why do you care? But to those guys' audiences, that break from the passive aggression is a win. And I guess that's how you win. By frustrating the fuck out of people, then you win. Instead of actually slaughtering their arguments, like from the get-go. But okay, whatever. That's how you want to play. That's how you want to play. But also in terms of with Eric July, yes, he lost his shit afterwards. And he did say a couple. He was like, "You fucking dipshit." But that was it. That's as far as he went. He actually went even lower, even softer than Adam with Bob, because he was just like dipshit, and then carried on with this with a point. He didn't even, he didn't stop with the insult and then just wait until it hit. He carried on, and then at some point he's just like, okay, he actually calmly addressed that Bob was being passive aggressive by saying you're being passive aggressive. So that is also being aggressive because you're confronting it. You're confronting the passive aggression. So you could say it's aggressive. But yeah, okay, as a fellow frustrated human being, I did enjoy the you piece of fucking shit a lot. He can use your own tactics against you. What? I've spent some of his debates screaming in chat for him to calm down. I feel like a man talking to a mad woman, yes. Although, how was Sitch the other day? Anyway, I want to actually map for myself what actually caused Sitch to lose his shit so bad. Because I think Adam was also like not really focusing on what they were talking about. And then, although I think he just let it go as well. He thought it was okay. He's not going to jump in. Maybe trying to tell Sitch to calm down is not going to make Sitch calm down. So maybe that's what his approach was. He's a really restrained moderator, doesn't pick sides. That's what a moderator is supposed to do, is if they do perform any action in the conversation, it must be to moderate. So, best opponent, beat the opponent till say that they submit. Yeah, that's great. That's how you do it on Twitter. It's like eventually they block you. He doesn't have to use them, but he will, and is probably better at it than you. Then again, I'm biased. It takes a lot for me to lose my cool in an argument. Yeah, I'm biased because it takes not much. It depends on the argument. That's like, if it's not something I'm hugely passionate about, it'll be fine. Okay, intermission over. The dude was being slightly insulting towards Sitch and was ramping it up every 3 sentences. Yeah, Sitch does not take to personal jabs very well. It's not that he has thin skin, it's that he finds it so wrong. Like the guy that was sent an ugly sort of super chat or whatever to him about the gun laws and stuff. And basically, it's not the point that the guy was making, is that he started it off with "you're stupid" or some shit. And I know he apologized and whatever, but I think it's just the morality that's just like, I'm done. Like, why do you have to say it like that? So I don't know how they would deal with this sort of condescension.
Go ahead.
No, I can address that again. Yes. Yeah, no,
Oh,
but
Lance, look at his face. Look at his face. Does he open his eyes ever? Okay. Oh, Lance, you pink. I think. I don't know. I'm not looking back. I can address that with my eyes closed.
again, assault and rape can exist before the residential schools, but these were forced upon the children. That's a huge
Wow, his eyes were closed that long. They were really, I'm not just imagining it.
difference.
All these fires that happen now, and maybe it's just the fires continuing. But assault and rape existed before the residential schools, so you never know. All right, Connor, go ahead.
No, I can address that again. Yes, yeah, no, but again, assault and rape can exist before the residential schools, but these were forced upon the children. That's a huge difference.
It's almost like the context is different, right? Okay.
Did he just make the argument for her? It's almost like the context is different, or the context means something. He made the argument for her, and yes, I know it took us further off track, but go, Lauren, because fuck these people. These schools were forced upon them. So there's a big, and to me it was, these schools were forced upon them. So something tells me that assault has something to do with being lacking consent and force, but that's just me. Forced upon them, so there's a big difference. It's almost like context matters. He made the argument for her. He took the step for her and said it as if it was a win. Finish his argument for her. Like, wow, okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and again, the same thing like Counterpoint's brought up, right? He said there's
somewhere.
rape that exists everywhere in society. It does. If you were forcing children to be in these institutions where 1 in 5 of them was...
Okay, guys. Sorry. Let me just do something here for you. Because I'm just curious. I'm going to up the quality here. And I just want to know, is
Getting
he
sexually
reading?
assaulted.
Or is
But
he
these
just a
were-
closed-eyed talker? He's reading. Either way, I hate him.
Were forced, but
Great, Connor. Go ahead.
no, I can
let's get-
address
let's
that
get
again.
back to shit.
Yes, yeah, no, but again, assault and rape can exist before the residential schools, but these were forced upon the children. That's a huge
Can
difference.
I?
Was he reading? I think he's a reader and a closed-eyed talker. Like the blink becomes too high that they like there are people. I'm so confused. And since when is the rape and assault not forced? Isn't that exactly cover? That's what I was saying. Like, hi Mexican, it's raining, so I didn't work. So I didn't work today. What up? I'll be back in a few. Okay, cool. Hi. I didn't work today either because it was a public holiday, so I did some stream stuff, which my husband was like, "Oh, how dare you!" Has he been reading since the beginning of the debate? He has been reading. Well, he's reading what? Does he write it down before he reads? Because he writes what before he says, because I guess he's just reading chat. He closes his eyes when he concentrates. Look, many people do. I do it, but he uses this as he's still surprised. Yes, he's like this. He has his eyebrows up all the time and his eyes closed a lot in this most condescending manner that I just, it makes him more insufferable than previously thought. Anyway, I'm going to bring this quality back down because my laptop will appreciate it. No annotations, please. No normal, no change in speedback, playback. We will get there. I'll see you when we get there. I don't want to see that stuff.
Almost like
again-
the context
again-
is different. Right. Okay, go
Yeah,
Connor.
and again, the same thing like Counterpoints brought up, right? He said there's rape that exists everywhere in society.
What
It
is this
does.
thing
If you're
showing
forcing
here?
children to be in these
There.
institutions where 1 in 5 of them was getting sexually assaulted, then that
We are going back
No, but-
around.
But assault and rape existed before the residential schools, so you never know. All right, Connor, go ahead.
no, I can
let's get-
address
let's
that
get back to
again.
shit.
Yes, yeah, no, but again, assault and rape can exist before the residential schools, but these were forced upon the children. That's a huge difference.
I-
It's almost like the context is different. Right. Okay, go
Yeah,
Connor.
and again, the same thing like Counterpoints brought up, right? He said there's rape that exists everywhere in society. It does. If you are forcing children to be in these institutions where 1 in 5 of them was getting sexually assaulted, then that is on you. That is on the Catholic Church. That is
More irrelevance. More, here is some facts. And somehow, because I'm giving you facts, it's against, like, it's against your, just because it's fact. The logic, you know why they say facts and logic? Because you need facts and logic to win the argument. You can't just, look, logic does most of the heavy lifting. That's why you when you learn philosophy, logic is what you focus on. But your premises in an argument are the facts, and you need the facts to work. But if the facts don't work for you, you're just spewing news articles. And that is what both of these morons are doing, and I cannot wait until we're done with this bullshit. Okay, and then I can calm down, and then maybe I'll just do a summary video of it. I was just trying to explain Lance's point. What? I think Lance's point is that regardless of who did it, what and why, those kids wouldn't be there without the government putting them in that situation. Cool. But again, what they do, morally, I know that you're not with him here, but morally, the fault is with the people that aren't supposed to be doing that, right? Those schools are supposed to be safe. They weren't put in there to be raped. They're like, haha, let's put them in there to have them raped. Like, maybe someone had that thought, but not all of them. I'm wanting to hear lined up insult, like pre-planned joke, but waiting for the right time. Yeah, it's coming. We've had a few, in the beginning. The church congregations were forced into a controversy they weren't responsible as well. Yeah, that's true. That is very true, Kava. Cool beans. I'm skeptical of any claim when it comes to these schools. There's a lot of political motivation to make them seem as bad as possible. I think it's just reasonable to say that they were bad, but that the problem comes in with like any bit of badness. That's the thing that Connor does. He was like, it's a degree of awfulness. It's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. We can all just accept it doesn't, whether you think it's this bad or this bad, what should we do about that now? And that probably doesn't involve burning down churches. That's what the whole discussion's supposed to get to, but I don't know when it does. Okay, so almost like 100 more facts equals argument, win argument. Okay, and my nose is whistling.
The government of Canada. Just everywhere in society, it does. If you are forcing children to be in these institutions where one...
I love how Andrew made Lance's point better. He couldn't make his own point in the same manner. If the kids weren't in the institutions, this wouldn't have happened. It's on the churches and the government. Cool, and the individuals, but play
five
it.
of them was getting sexually assaulted.
And
then
he
that is
loves
on
mentioning
you. That is
that
on the
1 in
Catholic Church.
5.
That is on the government of Canada.
Like he has to keep with this 1 in 5. 1 in 5. Like you just have to keep with that because look what I guess he's hoping for the shock value of that number, but it's no longer a shock value. It's shut up. We know. Shock value. The 1 in 5. Or look how smart I am. I just closed eyes, man. Fuck you, Lance, really. The parallel is if the media didn't report on the graves the way they did, then burnings wouldn't have happened. Exactly, Kavar. That is very good. That is, and you know what? Even Rabbit Man over there is like, oh, I'm saying the churches preceded the news. It's like, well, those kinds of burnings preceded the news, but these ones did not, and that's the contention. I wonder how they define essay in this case. Wager a loose. How they define SA in this case? Oh no, I don't know. I'm sure it would be based on the emotional sort of view of it. So it would just be another thing to argue about. I would want to know how the studies or the whatever records define that. I'm guessing these would be primarily minors enrolled in these schools and any sexual contact with teachers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's been Lawrence Connor's point the whole time. Teachers like, yeah, look, it's, I think it doesn't even matter because it's like, there was mistreatment and the principle of mistreatment in the past equals burning stuff today. That's the big thing to talk about here because also, I guess, yeah, there's only so far you can argue because they won't budge on this and they won't budge on this. Let's see how far we can go.
Canada.
Sure. Okay. So let's move the conversation forward.
Oh, he also does this a lot. I can't even do it because my lips aren't as full as his. Who said it? I think it was Scum. Who was it? Well, Nilo. He's like, he always looks like he just farted and it was loud. Oop. That's exactly what he looks like. Anyway, that's not ad hominem, that's just fact.
Because I would like to move forward instead of talking about incense burning.
Thank you.
So basically what you were talking about, one of the major contentions that we were going to bring up tonight was whether or not the current actions of the Canadian government or the actions since 1996 constituted genocide. I watched your...
I want to write that down before he goes on. Current / post 1996 government Canadian. I know you guys might think that having the transcript helps. It doesn't. It just makes me move around a lot more and get even more confused. So maybe if I try that off stream and get used to it, then maybe I'll get better at it. And then we don't have to go through a million streams of me figuring it out before using it. Okay, anyway. Canadian government constitutes actions constitute genocide. And then he's going into your video.
Debate with Destiny. I liked it. I thought it was interesting. Oh, maybe it was a fan of yours. I'm sorry if I'm misattributing that to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't debate Destiny on this topic.
Yeah, it was a fan of yours. But the thing that I found most compelling was that, like, I felt like a lot of the issues that were brought up while trying to support the term of genocide with evidence were paralleled in the American system with Black Americans, right? And so what I would say is, from a progressive lens, most people wouldn't say that the United States government is trying to genocide Black Americans. They would say that there's systemic issues that disproportionately affect the Black community, screw them over policing, war on drugs, like all that kind of shit. But I think only a few people would use genocide. You seemed pretty confident in your assertion of the word genocide. So I would like to get your description and your evidence and maybe push back against it a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so for the Articles of Genocide from the UN Convention, right? I'm pretty sure we all agree on Article E, forcibly transferring children from one group to another group. That's what the Canadian government has been involved with since the start of the residential schools. I mean, I believe...
Is that genocide? Is that what he's saying? The UN forcefully moving children from one group to another. Is that so? Is that a hello, Queen Shadows? We have missed you. I hope you're having good lunch, because you need nourishment if you're going to be around this. I hate this. Awful. I hate it, and I don't even know what's coming. I think either Dev or someone else in the Citino chat during the latter's coverage was offering some fact checking regarding 1 in 5 thing. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of, I think even earlier Connor did some sort of fact checking within the, like, whether it's 1 in 4, 1 in 5 of a certain amount of children, like, or 1 in 5, like where that the origin of that math comes from. But look, when it comes to 1 in, I guess, yeah, 1 in all of them is an outlier. But when you have in all of the schools at least clusters of them, then yeah, okay, systemic. But it's actually, yeah, anyway, if we're talking about this, actually something that's, if we're talking about, I wonder if they ever get into the definition of what is systemic, because the schools were systemic here, but was the sexual assault, the cover up, I suppose, was systemic in that you that's what created it, but kind of calling it as, anyway. Stop, Chinsia, this debate is not for you. We just got to map the debate, okay? Stop having it. Talk about it later. Okay. Cultural genocide, I can accept as a label here. Yes, you need to have that qualifier, though. Genocide, the word, is highly charged. It's killing an entire race. It's highly charged. Cultural genocide, at least, makes sense, because the people that are being moved around are not being killed. Although that is what is being contended here by Lance and Bunny. In present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethical, or religious as such, forcibly transferring children to group of another group. So yeah, that's their genocide. So look, if that's what they say, then that's stupid. They need to qualify it as cultural genocide, because you can't go from calling literal murdering of entire cultural groups, literal death of them. You can't equate that to having them. Then you can just start saying, oh, well, actually, okay, the forcibly is very good, of course. That makes the big difference. But then if somebody, like the person that Lauren speaks about, she's like, the person who sued the school or whatever, it's like, oh, no, I was forcibly moved. They weren't first forcibly. Oh, no, it was more convenient for the person it was the only way they could go to school. Therefore, it was forcible. That sort of thing you can't go and say that I'm being genocided. Yeah, no. Come on, that's disingenuous. Like, I think that's dangerous. It's the same sort of thing as, we got it in CRT as well. Why do we need to call it whiteness if that's the case? Blah, blah. I like the Vance versus Thomas Borgidus debate. What is it about? Doomer versus EPAP on Thursday as a palate cleanser? Okay, if it's palate cleansing enough. Welcome, Kyle! Notice how Lance and his ilk almost never add the cultural part of cultural. I think he was more or less screaming genocide on Twitter around that time. Well, that's the thing. If the UN are committed with intent, if the UN is saying that, it is the UN they're talking about, right? If that's how they're saying it, they are also appealing to the authority of the UN, which is like, cool. No. So you can disagree with the UN. Duma did nothing wrong. Duma does nothing wrong, ever. Duma's cute. I think I said Connor earlier and I meant Lance. I just said a misfire. You know what? Can we blame your brain right now? Enjoy your breakdowns. I'll try to catch your streams, but usually during the business hours. It's okay, Quinn Shadox. We see you in the comment section. 100%, but you were still strong. Still wrong, sorry. Well. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Where did deep technicalities? Genocide, I can't accept the level. Yeah. I'm just with Kava here. Like, cultural genocide, not genocide. Just gonna put that here. Oi! Oi! Miro, wake up! Sorry if you can always hear me touching the mic. Maybe I need a mini keyboard. Cultural modifier. One is not equal to the other. Okay.
That they kind of fall under most articles, causing serious or body or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. But the one that I'm sure we can all land upon and agree that Canada was committing was forcibly transferring children from one group to another group, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so he gives all of the stuff, like which I would expect to be more genocidal, or intent to harm. Okay, and what else? I mean, it was just more words added.
Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part.
So it's like, okay, intent to harm physically, long-term or short-term, basically. Directly, indirectly. Okay, and then I guess we can just say moving children from one group to another. Cool, but the contention here between for us. Everybody over here is like, yeah, except that those are not the same thing. You can't use you can't. Why use that word? Use a different word, or use the qualifier cultural. Okay.
Opposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. But the one that I'm sure we can all land upon and agree that Canada was committing was forcibly transferring children from one group to another group, right?
Sure, but let's say Lauren doesn't have to make this concession, but I'll make this concession. So let's say that there was a system to culturally genocide Native Canadians, Native Americans in Canada. But let's just say that even if it was considerably muted, it extended up until 1996. What about today? What
Absolutely.
about after 1996?
Sure.
Do you think constitutes genocide on behalf of the Canadian government?
Sure. So what occurred independently of the residential school system in Canada was something known as the 60 Scoop, which took place in about, I believe, 1967 onward.
Now look at this boy. He is just enjoying giving all of the stats. Look at me. I'm a big, clever boy. I can say, sure, here are all the facts. Look, just because I know some things, the logic that you apply to these things does not count. Spew more facts. Invitation to skews. Yeah, just concedes for sake of argument. Ding, 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 ding. I'll zoom in for you guys a bit more. Stitch, breathe, and meow rate reminder. Thank you, I do need that. Lance salivates at the next chance to spout off talking points. It's exactly it. Stankus, you've been sitting too long. It's such a funny one. What's this? I just added that debate to the list. Okay, cool. I think that UN based their analysis on the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Report. Look, you can't deny those sort of muted ways of getting rid of cultures, and it is systemic. If those are like you're implementing policies and rules that will actively make it impossible for these cultures to survive, for sure. But you have to use that word culturally. You have to. You cannot, because it's a very different thing. It is a very different thing. Yes, it's not great, but it's fucking egregious to go and flip and bomb and shoot people to then put them in freaking gas chambers, okay? You cannot compare. I mean, you will compare, fine, but if you do compare them, it's not a good idea, is it? It's not a good comparison. Oh, would you rather go to a school where you've got to learn a language that you're not familiar with, or would you go to have a very fun shower and then have to be cremated 5 seconds later? No. It's the Vals Thomas. Okay, that's the one. Has Adam made any women cry yet? If not, then cringe. Well, I'm sure Adam's made women cry laughing. If we do have that, I want to see. I'm stretching my legs. That's why I'm sitting like such a moron. My tone says I have something to say now, and you should just fucking listen. Look, I don't know what Con is getting at. You guys do, but I don't. Where's Snakes? Snakes was the only one that also didn't know what was coming up. Okay, I need to get water. I'm not even going to bother with the BRB screen. Daisy. Daisy. Hi, Tito. Oh, me. Okay. Vulture's fans got pretty upset with him over his performance in that one. Oh, because he made a woman cry. I do see this pattern with Vosh liking to argue with women. Bro, I started first grade not knowing Spanish. It was fun. Look, we had the same sort of thing with the Afrikaans in South Africa. Bad. Adam makes me cry. Yeah, he makes you cry because he doesn't calm the fuck down when you tell him to. It gives me gender affirmation. You're like, oh yeah, look at how he cries. He makes me cry. Look how emotional I am. He makes me so emotional. What a man. The truth that Lance won't admit is that it was a progressive operation. We need to help the savages become better people. It's definitely not a conservative mindset. Well, then you got to come to the whole huge argument of decolonization and who's better off and what. And that's just fun. Okay, let us be going forward. We're almost there. Come on. We've got a half an hour. Let's go.
In which 20,000 indigenous children were taken from their family.
Okay, so he's saying that this is 20,000. What was this in? What did he say? 8?
Side on behalf of the Canadian government.
Sure. So what occurred independently of the residential school system in Canada was something known as the 60 Scoop, which took place in about, I believe, 1967 onward, in which 20,000...
Okay, he literally just said 1996, but okay. 1970s onwards, so I suppose we could say that it carried on past 1996. Good faith, Gary. 1970s onward. Sorry, 1970s onward. 20,000 children, and he's saying the words forcibly removed from families.
Indigenous children were taken from their families, and they were actually carted into buses, and they were sold to...
Carted into buses. Wow, okay. I would love to know how this happened. Carted into buses and sold. Whole ass sold, okay?
Families in both the UK and the US, which...
To UK families in the to families in the UK and the US. So this is giving them better life. Wait. So if we went to Mexico and we took all the children of the parents that were trying to actually, if we went to the border, and I say we as if I'm an American, but if America went to the border and took all the children away from the people, the illegal migrants, and made those children legal and gave them to American families, what would that mean? Anyway, that's just a question. I'm not saying I want it to happen.
Also would constitute child trafficking.
Yeah, okay, duh. That it would also constitute child trafficking, which I just want to know how the hell that happened. Like, wow. Hide your kids! Tyrone's coming after your kids.
They were sold in forms of the terms for adoption. They were sold, and they were often placed within white families, and once again lost their indigenous culture, language, all the...
Okay, so they were given... So the child trafficking... So they were sold, but they're saying sold equals adopted. Adopted. So it was under the guise of adoption. That's why I hate it. If it wasn't at work, I would be typing essay. Forful, you will give us your essay. You will give us your essay after the stream. Better. Early Christian progressive movements focus on educating and training the poor and banning alcohol. What counts as progress is a shifting concept. That's actually so funny. Like the who at V today, one of his videos, he was like he's like, why is progressivism supposed to be great? Progress isn't always great. Like, look at Iran. It was great. And then they progressed away from freedom. It's like, yeah, I know he was making a joke, but it's pretty funny. Like, it is true. Progression depends on who is moving moving the needle. Some parents would be okay with that if they knew they would have a good upbringing. Yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up the Mexico thing. Like also just anyone in Africa. If they were that's actually why a lot of so look, over and above the actual what could have been happening here, but like in Africa, there are cases of children going into slavery because the parents are there are parents that do it literally, they just sell their children and know they're slaves, but there's also parents that are told that their child is going to be better off, and therefore they give their child away, and that's how slavery actually operates these days. Look, so I suppose that is a way that it happens, but it's I don't think it's that is on an individual or sort of cartel level, not a government level. Maybe it's a government incompetence level that they can't find the people when they do this, but the slavery that happens today it's not even under adoption. That's not true. It's not even said as adoption. You just get the child there somehow, and then they're the slave. Sold means people paid adoption fees. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's misrepresenting it. Model rather than political position model. What did you say differently? We got yelled at for separating children from their parents. The problem was these people cannot always prove that the kids belong to them. No, that was also one of my problems with that. You just don't know, and also any criminal is separated from their parents. I mean their child. That usually happens. US and Canada. Christian movements in the US are interesting. It's associated automatically with conservatism today, but historically, as you say, Andrew, those groups were progressive in their time. Yeah. Progressive. That's what they thought was progressive. Anyway. Pretty base, to be honest. I love having Equin Shadows around. Some parents would be okay with it. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't it Christian Women's League that led to prohibition? Fucking women. Listen, Kevin knows. Illuminati vagina. We're the problem. Illuminati vagina. Fuck, my favorite thing. Okay, where are we? Chintzia, I've been more distracted this time than irritated, which I guess is better.
Kind of stuff. Many of the 60s Scoop children have grown up and they've come back to tell their stories. There's multiple survivors of this event, and they've come forward to say that, yes, I was sold into adoption under the Canadian government. That is bad. But what is more important is that today we have a system in which the federal government of Canada, and this is really, really something that is important to keep in mind, they are the ones that oversee all public services on the reserves for First Nations children, as well as First Nations education. That falls under the purview of the federal government. So they are the ones who have to fund the conditions necessary for child welfare. Now, if you want to take away all the history of the reservation system in Canada, and if you didn't know already, the reserve system of Canada, which was enshrined into Canadian law under the Indian Act, basically took and placed a whole bunch of Indigenous cultures and put them into small spaces with deplorable living conditions, oftentimes far away from places. They were remote, they were away from Canadian society, they had a lot of difficulty getting work and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, hold up, whoa. Which is it? Do we want them to be by themselves and in their culture? Okay, yes, the deplorable living standards. But what is a deplorable living standard? Is it a cultural living standard? Let's figure out that. I don't know, so I will say that I want to know that. Okay, but also, whoa, you're saying, well, they couldn't get jobs and they could. Sorry, no. Where do you draw the line of cultural genocide? Like you're saying, what if the culture is you're supposed to till you gotta live off the land? I'm wondering how that is egregious for you. That now you being separate to the rest of the society is now suddenly not a problem. I hope he goes into that. Maybe I'm losing my shit for no reason. Can't watch live, but excited to watch back later. Thanks, Death Bus Love. We shall see you. Hi, future Death Bus Love, who's listening back later. What's up? And also current Sloth. Holy Lord, dump Batman. He is. Of course, Lance doesn't say whether it was cultural or not. He probably doesn't know either. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Oh, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't ideology. You could never win. It's discrimination. It's like, okay, well, you know what, fine. Thank you, Kitty. This part drove me crazy the first time I heard it. No, it doesn't. I can tell you what a deplorable living standard is. It's subjective. Yeah. Too many points to address. Oh, God. We have to address them somehow. Okay. I haven't had my stream markers going, but I'll do it later. I'll have to. There's so much that I need to clip. I just need to go through each of them instead of watching them and making chapters online. I'm going to do it in my video editing thing. Anyway, that is none of your problem. Let's go.
But even if you want to erase all of that and we take it forward to today, we live in a system now where we have...
We're still talking. I thought we were done.
An unbelievably high rate of Indigenous children in the foster care system. 50% of all the kids in the Canadian foster care system are Indigenous, despite being about 3% of the Canadian population. In Alberta, it's 73%. In Manitoba, it's 85%. And in Saskatchewan, it's 87%.
Okay,
now,
I don't give a fuck where
Canada
it
has
is.
1.1% of children in foster care compared to a country like Germany, which has 0.07%. Now, 2/3 of all the girls in foster care are abused, which is unfortunately deplorable. Children in the foster care system, if they're Indigenous, are 4 times more likely to...
He's actually... Do you guys pick up... Okay, look, his reading might be... a little bit... Maybe that's what his pause came from. But he's been allowed to talk so much that he's losing it. I don't know. That's what I felt there.
Sexually molested than if they're not. And it continues to permeate. 60% of homeless youth, 1/3 of homeless adults were in the child care foster system. 91% of Indigenous female prisoners report having been physically or sexually abused. Women make up now 38% of prisoners in Canada. The majority of them were in the foster care system. Indigenous children make up 50% of all youth in correctional facilities. I could go on and on about all the ways these things permeate, but the difference would be, and this is one of the most comparable things I would say to someone who wants to compare this to, say, the Black American experience, is that these reserve systems were set up by the government of Canada. These reserve systems were set up and enshrined by the government of Canada. And so they set up the conditions in which they would have to support and enable children in these conditions in order to be able to assure for their welfare. What ended up happening, and this is the reason why this is a huge problem, is they began to underfund these systems. They have underfunded them by about 30% in comparing to their non-Indigenous counterparts. In the case of Ontario, they've underfunded them by about $400 million over the course of 5 years. So they are intentionally underfunding these systems that are then creating the poverty that is necessary for these kids to be justifiably taken from their parents in these systems.
Okay, so just so I can understand it descriptively, so I can try to understand your argument and wrap my head around it. So your argument is that, we're only a generation away from the residential school system. The systemic issues that are basically inherent in the res system, basically like lack of material resources, lack of education, infrastructure, all that kind of stuff.
Lack of clean drinking water.
Oh my God, he's not. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, shut up, Chinsia. Shut up, Chinsia. Shut up. Okay, only one generation away from... what was the other one? Infrastructure. Poor. Like, infrastructure poor. Okay. Like, he has to bring in the drinking water.
Inherent in the... Wrap my head around it. So your argument is that, we're only...
And you see, that is not performative ignorance. This over here, this is active listening. So I would not call this performative ignorance by Connor. This is literally active listening. He's to clarify the point. Clarifying Lance's points. Just change the direction, bitch. Infrastructure for Geez, Dylan Burns must have been a 20-year-old kid here. Oh, he seems like he's hardly even listening. He's just reading the chat. The rates of abuse on reservations is so appalling. How many of these kids were sexually abused before going into foster care? Yeah, exactly. Enact some good because he has a bunch of time because he isn't talks a lot. But answer shotgun approach. Throw a bunch of factoids at the wall and see if you stick in the audience. Yeah. Adam noticed he was reading. He's reading off a wiki page. Yeah, he's reading off something. I don't. He thinks that this is preparation, and he's like, oh, because it's facts somehow. Again, like I said, he just forgets that you need to put the facts in the right position, and also that other people can reframe your facts. So be prepared for that.
Generation away from the residential school system. The systemic issues that are basically inherent in the res system, basically like lack of material resources, lack of education, infrastructure, all that kind of stuff.
Lack of clean drinking water.
Right. That causes broken families. Broken families are then contributing disproportionately to the foster care system.
Right there.
And then the foster care system is basically making it cyclical because they're producing fucked up adults that then in turn produce the cycle. And then my question is, because basically I think a lot of these arguments, while still fucked up, are analogous to our own perception of our foster care system inside the United States. The question that I have is, are you saying it's genocide because then it fits under that like UN subsection where it's the forcible removal of children, and it's kind of like this multivariable cycle that you're seeing? Is that why you're calling it genocide, or is there another reason?
Okay, so for me to make the assertion that this is still continuously ongoing cultural genocide, I would have to use the reference. Again, we've been speaking about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission multiple times. There's also the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women report that came out that asserted the exact same thing, as well as the UN Human Rights Council that said that this is an ongoing crisis that tantamounts to genocide.
Okay, you see, he's continuing there. He could have answered the question of, yes, it's a definitional thing. Because all he does now, because what Connor said, is it something else? Is it the UN or is it something else? So he goes, it's the UN, it's this, it's this, it's this. And the reason he lists that is because, oh, well, that's making my argument more powerful. But if Connor comes back and says, yeah, those definitions are, I would argue those definitions are too broad, what do you say then? Oh, well, it's the UN. Oh, well, it's the government, it's the this and the that. And then I would say, cool, so the government itself has called itself out on genocide. Is that enough? Should we burn some schools? Holy crap, Lance, just answer the fucking question. Who's murdering? Let's wonder. Yeah. He's starting with the conclusion and working backwards. Sure. He starts with the conclusion. He starts with the. You're supposed to come up with the conclusion. Literally, Connor did his thinking here, because this over here, this leads to a cycle of dysfunction. That was all him. He didn't say this leads to a cycle of dysfunction. Connor made that thought for him. Made that logical leap for him. Which is kind of like he snuck that in. Like, I don't know how that would somehow make the argument better, but okay, he snuck it in. Just go here. Connor sneaks in. Leading. Okay. Okay, and here. More. I want to do the shotgun approach. I'm going to write that down. Shotgun approach. More facts. Like, yeah, when you say that, when you write that, I was like, oh, it adds more facts to the argument. No, it adds more bullshit. At least he doesn't bring it in this mysterious manner that the bunny man does.
International has come out and declared the same terms in no uncertain words. It's not simply that they are intentionally, because they are intentionally underfunding these programs that is then creating this revolving door system. They are also specifically adopting Indigenous children at a higher rate despite the numbers. So if I am to compare Indigenous children to non-Indigenous children and the rates
Oh my
and the
God!
reasons
Wow! Did this man just say they're adopting them at a higher rate? So you can't even adopt more Indigenous children without it being a problem. So even if all of them went to a home that was crazy, it was two gay guys that were absolutely into indigenous culture. They had a friend over there that's actually indigenous, and they would keep them in this Bunny Man is their neighbor, and they keep these children in this cultural, beautiful place. That still wouldn't be enough. It's still, you guys are adopting them too much. Is that literally what this guy just said? Is that am I missing something? Adoption is evil, kids. Lance said so. Pack it up. It's over. Thanks always for letting me hang. Everyone has a nice day, and I'll be laughing at reaction later. Just wait. Oh God, D. Stop. Come back. But okay, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging. Who's murdering this one? It was me. My bad. Yes. It's time for some sleep. Go sleep nicely and don't have me yelling in your ear. Go and listen to some bird song. We're live. I forgot to turn on the light. I know you know. Gordon's like, I can hear you. Of course. This man, I need to write it down before he goes further. Oh, I clicked bad. Badly.
News about the residential school system has been released and been the focus of Reddit forum.
Ran away.
I said that Lauren would be next.
Are activists. We know they were being invigorated by.
Oh God.
I wanted to throw it over to Pavlov. You know how Pavlov made the dogs twitch if he did a certain thing. It's kind of like that.
Oh, where are we? I
lost
lost
go to Lance
track.
first. And then... You gotta let him at least finish if you want.
Are we that
Continues to
far
permeate.
away?
60% of homeless youth, 1/3 of homeless adults were in the child care foster system. 91% of Indigenous female prisoners report having been physically or sexually abused.
Oh wait,
Women make up
that's
now
the previous
38%
one.
of prisoners in Canada.
But let's just say that even if it was considerably muted, it extended up until 1996.
To keep in mind, they are the ones that oversee all public services, being about 3% of the Canadian population, assure for their welfare. What kids to be just
talks
murdered
so
and
much.
missing Indigenous women report that came out that asserted the because they are intentionally underfunding the welfare of the federal government to Canada.
Oh my God.
This is again one of many things that would be characterized in, say, if we were to look at the Truth and Reconciliation report or any of the number of other reports that have come out, even the Royal Commission that came out in 19 which this is occurring. So when neglect or Indigenous families, if you were to look at every single metric, not specifically.
Oh my God, he speaks even longer.
National has come out and declared this.
There we go. Here we go.
They are also specifically adopting Indigenous children at a higher rate despite the numbers. So if I am to compare Indigenous children to non-Indigenous children and the rates and the reasons why they are abducted for the adoption program, if you were to look at every single metric, non-Indigenous parents commit other atrocities such as physical abuse at a much higher rate than non-Indigenous parents. So for non-Indigenous parents, physical abuse occurs at 23% of the cases in which the kids are taken. In Indigenous families, it's only 9%. The same thing occurs for sexual abuse, emotional maltreatment, exposure to intimate partner violence. All of those across the board are either equal to or higher than with non-Indigenous families. The exception to the rule, and the only reason why Indigenous kids are apparently taken from their families at a much higher rate, is neglect. And neglect only registers at 16 points.
Okay, so he's saying that they take them. So he's not saying they adopt at a higher rate. He's saying that they, thank God, although I still think he's stupid. Okay, so he's saying taken up for adoption, taken away from parents at higher rates. So what he is now saying here is, and I have to do it for him because all he does is just fucking spout the the factoids and doesn't actually do the arguing. He goes, okay, the reason they're adopted, okay, he's saying reason they're adopted, so non-Indigenous are more abusive, but so you would expect the argument is, so because they're more abusive equals more reason to take the children away. Let me make the argument for you, because all you like to do is just say shit and not actually do anything with it. Non-Indigenous, more abusive equals more reason to take children away. Therefore, there should be more white children in foster than Indigenous. But so he's saying, oh, there's more in he's actually now gone against the broken family narrative as well. So he's saying, no, these Indigenous families aren't as broken, so children shouldn't be taken away at such a high rate. So he's saying that they're taken away at such a high rate because that's insidious and that's what they want to do. The government wants to get rid of things. Oh, he never actually answered Connor. Oh, duh, yeah, Jesus, we knew that. Look at all this. He said, is this why you think of this? Tells him more. It's like, no, we're not asking you to give us more reason for you thinking this. He's asking if this is the reason. You basically just said more of what you said before, so I'm going to lose my shit, she said, having lost all of it. Didn't answer, Connor. Just because your sentence comes after the person asks you something does not mean it's a response. I knew a Canadian woman who fostered a native kid. He was being essayed by his own father. It's hard for me to judge this stuff. So many tragedies laid in. Yeah. Christian couples are some of the most active adopters in society. Lance Acutio, the institution is a view a lot of lefties hold against conservatives. Well, as someone who was adopted, that was insulting to hear. What was he thinking? Yeah, that's what he was thinking. He was thinking that they're adopting at a higher rate. So it does seem like he took those being adopted at a higher rate, meaning that they were taken away at a higher rate. So, and then he says, I mean, let's go back into it, which is the line of questioning I'd want to do is, wait, I just want to figure out, so are you saying that there are metrics that say these are the kids that got taken away from their parents, this is the reason, and you went, the reason these kids were taken away from their parents was manufactured somehow because he uses some other separate statistic that says, by the way, these are the kinds of, this proportion of this ethnic group commits abuse. Like it sounds like he took a whole bunch of different stats and put them together in a way that made it seem like he made them do what he wanted them to do. Kitty, the kitty keyboard is 25% off now. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it will actually be in Dubai, if it'll be 25% off. I looked at it. Listen. We have Diwali, not Diwali. God, don't say that. We have Ramadan specials on now. So maybe it'll be part of that. And I also looked at it, so maybe Amazon will apply something. I knew a Canadian woman, but yeah. Wow, so he's basically saying, I think that let's go back through that just to see if there's any key points. I know it's painful, but let's do it.
Much single metric.
Because he says so much shit, it's easy to turn
murdered
on.
and missing Indigenous.
Look at
The
this.
genocide, or is there another reason?
Or is there another reason? Doesn't tell you the reason.
Okay, so for me to make the assertion that this is still continuously ongoing cultural genocide, I would have to use the reference again. We've been speaking about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission multiple times. There's also the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women report that came out that asserted the exact same thing, as well as the UN Human Rights Council that said that this is an ongoing crisis that tantamounts to genocide. Amnesty International has come out and declared the same terms.
Tantamount is a big difference than is. Like I know reports, right? He says the words tantamount to genocide by UN. Why would you use the word tantamount if it wasn't exactly? I know tantamount is supposed to say it is, but why would you use that word? And you know what? I need to take the mask off my webcam because I always just go all the way down here, and you guys just get like this little. So I'm just leaving it off now. He's just reading off his list of facts. He got no response, and he knows it exactly. Deboner, debunker, deboner. He's also a deboner. Anyone know if Lance is using the debunker argument? Debunker document. Well, he's just reading off his list. That's his debunker document. Ugh.
In certain words, it's not simply that they are intentionally, because they are intentionally underfunding these programs. That is
okay. Yeah.
Then creating this revolving door system. They are also specifically adopting indigenous children at a higher rate despite the numbers. So if I am to compare indigenous children to non-indigenous children and the rates and the reasons why they are abducted for the adoption program, if you were to look at every single metric, non-indigenous parents commit other atrocities such as physical abuse at a much higher rate than non-indigenous parents. So for non-indigenous parents, physical abuse occurs at 23% of the cases in which the kids are taken. In indigenous families, it's only 9%. The same thing occurs for sexual abuse.
So he is saying that, the abuse is, for the reason that they got taken away for this is abuse. Okay, but now you are deciding to talk about the abuse. The reason that they were taken away. Let's look at the reason they were taken away. Who gives a fuck if they were being taken away because they're abused? What if they're being, and I say that in that, if they're taken away from neglect, or that literally they are given away, or, that there's, financial reasons and things like that. You're saying that those don't count. So you have to the only reason any child is ever given into foster care is if they're being abused. That's, I guess it could be the biggest reason, I would expect. It's the most egregious, it's the hardest to ignore, it's the most emotive, which of course is convenient in this situation, with this tactic of saying the most emotive thing. So he might have misspoke. I would hope so. Are we getting to the end today? Yes, if I shut the fuck up, we will. Lance's argument, fact plus conventional conclusion equals new fact plus convention. Massive leap balance. Yeah, he's doing the bunny hops. Lance is just buying time till he can drop his bants and peace out. Let's see. What? Yeah, so what misspoke about what? About what he thinks I think he did misspeak about they're adopting them higher. And just that makes sense, because that doesn't, like, if that's why I reacted the way I did, because I thought he was saying more people are adopting indigenous children, which is just like, how is that a bad thing? So and that would be, that's what I thought his assertion was, but what he's saying is the reason they're adopted. So he's completely choosing to ignore that these children were put into foster care for a reason. He is asserting that they're taken away a whole lot easier, which again as well is like, whoa. Are we taking children out of bad situations too easily? Okay. His use of those numbers. He just uses numbers and hopes that will dazzle you.
emotional maltreatment, exposure to intimate partner violence, all of those across the board are either equal to or higher than with non-Indigenous families. The exception to the rule, and the only reason why Indigenous kids are apparently taken from their families at a much higher rate, is neglect. And neglect only registers at 16 points higher than non-Indigenous kids. So one of the biggest problems we have here is neglect as a broad term for being able to take these children away from their families is typically for a handful of reasons related to their living conditions. Their living conditions, which again are under the purview, especially when it comes to child welfare, of the federal government of Canada, who is intentionally paying them much lower rates than they are other families. They are creating the conditions in which this is occurring. Now, this, by the way, is not in and of itself. I wouldn't just walk away from this and be like, genocide, mic drop, you know, and then I've fucking done it. This is, again, one of many things that would be characterized in, say, if we were to look at the Truth and Reconciliation report or any of the number of other reports that have come out, even the Royal Commission that came out in 1996, this is one of the biggest critical factors. If you look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which has stated that this is a genocide and that it is ongoing, they set out a whole bunch of calls to action specifically to address the fact that this is something that is ongoing and we need to stop this. And like you said, it was groundbreaking. I completely agree. I mean, it started in 2008 only because of a lawsuit, cost $100 million, but their findings are critical. And the top numbers, if you read all the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the top numbers all talk about child welfare. They are the most important things to them because they are the ones that are critical for this ongoing process.
Do you mind if I jump in? All right.
Yep.
So you were just mentioning, and I really have to look at the data, that within Indigenous families, at least in adoption, that the rates of abuse are lower, correct?
It depends on which categories. But for
Which
nearly
categories?
so for nearly every single category, for non-Aboriginal children, for physical abuse, it's higher. For sexual abuse, it's higher. For emotional maltreatment, it's the same. And for exposure to intimate partner violence, it's higher. All for non-Aboriginal families. The only case in which First Nations children are higher is neglect.
Okay, so first of all, I want to agree with you that the foster system is deeply messed up. You know, I've had family that have experienced it even just as non-Indigenous and almost died in it, right? It's a messed up system. It needs help in all regards. And if there is underfunding for Indigenous children in the system, that's something I'd absolutely support fixing. Now, is there a disparity, and you may have the data on this, is there a disparity in the amount of Indigenous kids versus non-Indigenous kids that are removed from their homes in the first place?
Yeah, it's overwhelmingly Indigenous kids.
And so, like, if I read the CBC or I go online, you can see, and I mean, you can disagree with this if you want, they'll talk about how there's higher drug use in these communities, higher incest and rape, neglect, these things in general. And this is not talking about just the foster care families. This is talking about the general population. And they say that it is because of the legacy of the residential school and things that they were taught while they were there, perhaps. But wouldn't it follow that if these things are happening in the community, that is why more kids are being put in the foster system? And I just, like, does that follow to you?
Yeah, so what you're trying to do is lay blame directly on, I guess, parents for their drug use.
No, I'm not
abuse.
trying to lay blame. I'm just trying to sort out why this is happening so that we can have a conversation.
He has to use the word blame. It sounds like you did it. It's so weird that Connor can say, I just want to understand and say something. This one, you can say the words, it sounds like you're doing this in the most passive-aggressive manner. And I guess it's great Lauren doesn't take the bait and she's just like, no, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. He needs to do that. But why? It's the immediate reaction is to go, you're blaming, you're being ugly to the Indigenous people. So wouldn't that, so I'm saying here, higher drug use, wouldn't that be the reason? There's higher, what do you even call that? Higher rates of Indigenous being taken away. And now I am going to document that he did say, sounds like you're blaming the parents for their drug use. Can we not blame parents for their drug use? I'm sorry, I'm very happy to blame them for their drug use. And I understand that it's a disease and it needs to be taken care of and whatever, but any sort of challenge that happens to you as an adult with a child, it's your responsibility. You cannot take the responsibility away from the parent. You can say, oh, well, that's a mitigating factor, but don't try and act like, oh no, that the person fell into a needle and then they became a drug addict. Like, come on. If we want to break the cycle, don't we need to remove the kids? I think that, yeah, that's what Lauren is talking about there. Come on, press tab, bitch. I pressed tab. Give me another one. Fine, I won't. Just give me this. Thank you. Another Andrew Clark, so let's just put it here. That's just Andrew Clark. Okay, I didn't take the rest of your copy. I think that's just what it is. Not saying there's an easy, exactly. I'm just saying that we need to look for actionable solutions. He's projecting the blame onto the parents. Did you see that the needle was what the needle was wearing? Yes, it's Nape. But shining a light, and the problem is shining a light for, yeah, Nico, that's what he was saying. The way she was talking about in her video, shining a light on the things. Andrew moving up in the. Andrew's always been up there.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just asking questions, and in this case, blame directly on, I guess, parents for their drug use.
No, I'm not.
He says, yeah, absolutely. You're just asking questions. Fuck off, you. Fuck all the way off. That's not absolutely. Like, is he being passive there, aggressive, and saying, absolutely, of course you're just asking questions, you racist piece of shit.
I'm trying to lay blame. I'm just trying to sort out why this is happening so that we can have a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just asking questions. And in this,
I do want to notate that. Just wanting to understand. So that we can conversation. And the reason I want to write that here is, hello, that is the whole reason we do anything good faith, so that we can understand and therefore have a conversation. Good Lord above.
case, it would be the overwhelming reason why they're being taken from their families, again, falls under neglect. Now, neglect can include parents who are using drugs. Neglect can include that. There's a number of reasons why they are taken from their families. In terms of the conditions on these reserves, and in terms of the conditions as to why they're, like, you have to understand these are deplorable environments. And yes, a lot of these people came back from the residential school system, and this has permeated the cycle of abuse. But these are also areas, there's 54 reserves, and this falls again.
Sir, I hope Lauren goes into saying, if these conditions are deplorable, don't you think we should get the children out? You can't give her charity. Oh, please, no. Good morning, good morning. Mr. Anderson, where did you go? It's not a reflection of the prevalence of the kinds of abuse. Oh, sorry, cameraman, I didn't see you there. His use of the numbers don't make sense. The reasons for taking a child out of home is not a reflection of the prevalence of the kinds of abuse. Just keep dropping the factoid after factoid. Sure, you will make an argument. Someone will put it together. Okay. It's not even like charity, it's just... He won't, his arguments can't withstand charity, can they? Not often.
The government of Canada that don't have drinking water. They don't have potable drinking water.
Let's do more of the emotive language of
and I'm not trying to become emotional or anything here and try to appeal to emotion, but I'm saying that is a critical aspect of living in these environments. And that is why this may perpetuate and create conditions in which you will find families who are broken. In addition to, many of these families have also been given ultimatums in which if you wish to receive treatment, if you wish to receive any kind of, let's just say, compensation, if you wish to...
I feel like he's paused there. Maybe he started to realize that he's making an argument. He's given so many different factoids. Woo, woo. Look how oppressed the people are. And then, oh, look over here. Here's one thing that actually contradicts that one or actually buffers. He gives the fact that makes Lauren's argument make more sense. Like, I feel like his pause over here. There's a certain pause where he kind of, I feel like his brain goes, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Actually, that kind of, ooh, I can see how this can be taken.
Aspect of living in these environments. And that is why this may perpetuate and create conditions in which you will find families who are broken. In addition to, many of these families have also been given ultimatums in which if you wish to receive...
because he that sentence structure over there, he goes, in addition to... Okay, I'm over it. I'll get through it. Don't worry.
And create conditions in which you will find families who are broken. In addition to, many of these families have also been given ultimatums in which if you wish to receive treatment, if you wish to receive any kind of, let's just say, compensation, if you wish to receive financial aid, you may have to put up your children for adoption in order to receive that money. That was something else that came out of the commission. So I don't know how else to explain this other than a lot of this does fall.
Wouldn't you want that? Again, look, I know I can understand why that would be something that the policy does. Maybe they need to go and figure out how that can be harmful. But if you are going to get treatment while your child is away from you, that's a good thing. Isn't that also where if you go into foster care, you can have the situation of foster care is not adoption. I don't know. Lance just mentioned that the navies need more money, but now that same money is a bribe. Yeah, it's the environment's fault and therefore white people's fault. It's not the family's fault. Charitable to her. Lance's objective is to refute and paint Lauren as much as possible. He can't be charitable, just comes off looking pathetic. He thinks he's doing great, though. I really want to know what went through his mind that he thought this was great. And then only afterwards. Can you imagine? You thought you did stellar. You gave all of the facts. And you thought, damn, I nailed that. And the rest of the internet's like, no, bro, you did not. I guess he had enough shills.
Like, you can chalk up a handful of this to personal responsibility, and I'm not going to
handful. Just a handful. Sorry, just a handful. This is very similar to what Sitch was talking about with the transgender thing of people not being aware of their own perspectives. However he worded that, Andrew spoke about it today on the Discord, where it's like, just because somebody somebody thinks a certain way doesn't mean they're correct outwardly. So they can go and talk about the government being the reason that all of this happened, and completely ignore their personal responsibility. And if you make that happen, if you allow that literally in a practical manner, that doesn't help, does it? It's the state and the church's fault. Lance doing the economic factors, but I think he is. Those conditions probably came after they gave money to the people in this situation persisted. Look, it happens everywhere. It really happens everywhere. That's why charity, you know, when people are like, oh, if Elon Musk just gave this much money away, blah, 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 the whole world will be safe. That's not how this works. That's not how it goes. You don't fix it like that. That's not how humans work. I wish it was not that way, but it's not, alas.
And absolve anyone from personal responsibility. That's not my purpose here. I'm trying to say how much is the government of Canada themselves accountable in this equation. And if the government of Canada and things like, again, clean drinking water is responsible on the behalf of the government of Canada, it was a promise made by Justin Trudeau. He said he would fix that, and we still have 54 different reserves that don't even have clean drinking water.
Look at him go.
Then
Look
that
at him
falls
go.
under them. If they're intentionally withdrawing or withholding or suing families in order to withhold the money that is owed to them to help their child welfare, that is on the government of Canada.
Connor's like, can you shut the fuck up,
Sorry,
please?
counterpoints.
Yeah, counterpoints. You can go.
Yeah, so this is actually where listen, I'm not like the other girls, okay? I'm an enlightened centrist. So this is where I seriously think that the right and left could come together. And I hate to say that, but I'm going to, even though this is a debate. So when you're talking about conservative values, conservative Christian values, I know that makes some people catch on fire and cringe to death and all that kind of stuff. Oftentimes, one of the primary things that's emphasized is strong families. Strong families come from a strong environment. So if you literally, like at least for me, if I was arguing with conservatives, I would say, listen, you're born through no fault of your own. Your parents are addicted to drugs. You don't have access to good food, good water, good education, good anything. And then it's basically up to you to bootstrap. Now, can you bootstrap? Sure. Everybody, you know, some people are fucking Ben Carson, right? They can become a neurosurgeon despite thinking that like grain was stored in the fucking pyramids or some shit like that, right? Some people can bootstrap. But some people can't. And then on top of that, shitty conditions basically decreases your ability to bootstrap. So for me, what I would say is there's variables that we can control. There's variables that we can't. And we have to control the variables that we can. But what I would want, because basically what maybe genocide for me is too strong of a term, maybe that grants some immediacy to the issue that allows it to be addressed politically. But at the same time, like I see this shit not as a single generational project. I see this as like a century-long project, literally. And by that, I mean making schools that aren't dog shit, you know, early education, and then basically raising productive adults. Now, my definition of productive is probably way different than anybody on the left's, but at the same time, like that's where I think there's a real opportunity here. The reason why I think I came into this conversation pretty strong and I was like, fuck yeah, let me do this conversation, is because when I hear that we have like fucked up systems, not enough water, not enough food, not good education, I don't think genocide. Now, whether or not we can move past that shit and just start focusing on solutions instead of calling each other assholes, I don't know. Like calling each other assholes on twitch.tv is fucking fun. I love it. But at the same time, like, I don't know, strong families make strong children make strong families.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Dylan.
Quick, yeah, but I do want to say we are speeding towards the end. We have about 5 minutes left until where the conversation was listed to end. So I just wanted to ask the room if you wanted to end it here or if you wanted to keep it going. I could go for maybe another 10 minutes max.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I need to wrap up soon too.
Please.
So if I could just add two things, I guess I spent too much time talking.
Can we do it in closing, or do you think we?
Yeah. Just by the way, sir, my beloved moderator, you let Lance speak for the entire time. Lance had the ability to talk as much shit as he felt he needed to spew. Oh, hold up, I gotta get the door. Okay. No, end it here. Okay, hold up. Why do I hear boss music? Oh no, this must happen. This must be it. Okay, it's coming. Let me just catch up chat. If Elon gave his... Okay, wait, this probably didn't start with making people give up their kids to get help. People know the kids where their families are a good thing. Yeah. Lance takes away all culpability and agency away from the native. It's the soft bigotry of low expectations. But the probably didn't start with making people give up their kids. Yeah, to get help. No. If Elon Musk gave me his money, I swear it would make the world better. Listen, I think it would be better off with me. But okay, if you insist. Strange, since Lars got on Mr. Beast's case for doing charity. Yeah, that was one of the memes I saw today. Where Lance was he was giving shit to Mr. Beast, but he was happy about his son helping out puppies. I remember Adam got jokingly angry at Connor for claiming his title. What, based in Lance and centrist? Yeah. As soon as I heard that. I wonder how Lance is going to respond to this one. With more facts. Lance blames the government, but at the same time wants the government to solve the problem. Also, Lance says the government is not doing enough, but also he uses the government as proof that there is a problem because the government said so. So you're actually saying the government acknowledges this? Oh. Look at the drinking water in Flint. They know it's a problem, but nothing is done. People still live there. Obvious problems are always easy to solve. We have... What do you have? Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Brendo, add me on the stream for this last bit. No. No. I need to do this alone because I need to be able to just go away. I'll be able to rage quit. I wonder if this will be that. This kid said, please count how many times things about the current debate does Lance address in his closing. How many times does he reference something that has nothing to do with the current debate? Oh, God. Okay, fine. I will actually have this live counter. But what was I even saying over here? Oh, yes. Bad moderator says, oi. Or does everyone want to come on for the Discord, onto the Discord, and we can do this together? No, I must do it alone. Because I need to, okay. Says, oi. Yeah, I also thought you might have said are easy to solve. Aren't easy to solve. That's what I was thinking. Okay, says, doesn't let Lance talk forever. Forever. I'm just gonna go bad moderator. Where are you, bad moderator? There we go. I'm scared, guys. I'm scared it's actually not even as bad as you guys say.
Would that be difficult or?
Sure. Well, our closing statements are only about 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll give it about 5. I'll give 5
How about-
minutes left since we.
Okay. All right.
And so I'll have you go and I'll have Lauren go. Lauren, you were gonna go first, so Lauren then Serfs. Sound good? Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, I first wanted to mention I do not think a lack of clean drinking water leads to parents having sex with their kids, and that is a larger problem that we're going to have to address. That can't be addressed just, okay, give people money, fix the infrastructure in a town, right? Yeah, we can all agree that fixing the infrastructure is good, but this also brings up a whole opens a can of worms of there are people in the Indigenous community in Canada who don't even want to be a part of the laws of Canada, who feel that's an aspect of cultural genocide, who feel that the government having any sort of decisions on their land is a part of cultural genocide. So then to balance this issue with, okay, you also need to build the infrastructure here, you also need to ensure the conditions are good on our land, but also we don't want to be a part of Canada, that creates a really difficult contention and problem we're dealing with here. And of course, we're not going to have time for it in this debate here, but I do think that that is something that should be considered.
Lance?
So I just want to quickly say counterpoints. If you have more interest in this, because I think you do have productive interest in this topic, I would recommend also checking out the inquiry into the.
Also, moderation wise, I don't know. I guess it's closing arguments, but here's Lauren's thing, and then oh, Lawrence. By the way, counterpoints. Here you go. Addresses counterpoints instead. Like, okay. Thanks, Lauren. But here's some counterpoints. It's weird. You guys must be dying every time I pause.
Murdered and missing Indigenous women, which speaks pretty highly also to the eugenics program that was instilled in Canada and the forced sterilization that is still occurring to Indigenous women today. As recently as 2018, nearly 100 women, I believe, in Saskatchewan, or no, 100 women over the last decade, but I think 18 women in Saskatchewan have begun lawsuits against the provincial government's healthcare program for experiencing forced sterilization. There has been numerous cases across this country of this occurring, and specifically occurring in much higher rates to Indigenous women, typically under the guise of them not being mentally sound or mentally fit, and often under duress in that they cannot receive their own children after being born unless they sign away the rights to be forcibly sterilized. So that's one of the aspects of it that will be present, obviously, in the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women document. There's a number of other reasons, though. I mean, I didn't have the time to get into it now, but the conditions that are being set up in these reserves that are being perpetuated, the fact that the government of Canada did not even want to give money in return to these reserves because they were dramatically underfunding it until like class action lawsuit was taken up by Cindy Blackstock, which ended up rewarding, I believe, close to like $2 billion, which the government of Canada is still fighting in court to try and withdraw them from having. This is like, there's so many things that once you stack them upon each other, it's the reason why it's not just myself. You know, this is again something that has been recognized by Amnesty International, the UN Human Rights Panel. And again, one of the last things I'll say on this, especially regarding the forced sterilization of women, the International Conference of the United Nations Human Rights Commission held in Montreal stated in March 1999 that Canada is in violation of international law in its treatment of Aboriginal people, and that the condition of natives is the most pressing human right issue to Canadians. It is tantamount to their genocide. So
Okay, so we're now going to go into closing statements and
Okay,
shout
what I
outs.
was doing there is just writing whatever I heard. Okay? Because that's all it is. It's just a whole bunch of fucking words. Exactly, Contentious, that is it. None of this justifies burning down churches. How does burning down churches help, sir? How? He's rehearsed this, lads. Well, that's what he said, and he thought it was a slam dunk. When he got to the end of that, he was like, mic drop, boy, woo, it's tantamount to genocide, wah, 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 wah. And I used this huge word, tantamount. Wow, mic drop, whoa, Lance. Oh, sorry, that's my feedback. Sorry. I need to have my own block for that. God forbid I take up his space. Seriously, I can't. Dear God loves to give speed. He does. Bro doesn't turn off. Damn, he just read off a Wikipedia. And he thought it was beautiful. TLDR, bad stuff happened. Oh my God, I love that. TL did read. TL didn't listen. TLDL. Bad stuff happened. Don't worry, he starts cooking with gas. Oh God, here we go. Tale of Twin has been dead silent. He verbally destroyed himself long ago. I'm very happy, okay? I hate him. Okay? I mean in the most intellectual manner possible. Just listen. I don't even find my own self that insufferable. Okay? So no, it's just if I can dislike you more than I dislike myself, there's a problem, dude. There's a problem with you. You are unlikable. Too long, didn't read much. Mucho texto, leftist meme. Yes, mucho texto. Mucho texto, leftist debate tactic. Tantamount to genocide. Yes, please do. Where's Nico as well? I mean, Canada existing has got to be breaking international law of some kind. Mexican. Give each person's closing statement a grade. Okay, I shall. Okay, so the grade over here, let's give you a whole block for your grade. What are we grading it for? For its quality, its okay, so conciseness. F. Accuracy. Who the fuck even knows? Final grade. GTFO. Okay. He realized he's not in the echo chamber. In real life, people won't just do the finger click approvals. Yeah. Yeah. Nick, he's a guy that would unironically want those and get those. Quality, how concise, how on point, it's coming up. Oh god. Conciseness, accuracy, who the hell knows. Okay, so it's quality. Lol. Conciseness, if who the fuck knows, because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Oh, let's say quality, or like if we're gonna say relevance. Lol. Okay, let's see what else. Word choice. No, I think that's fine. Oh, conciseness and like part of conciseness is like the simplicity. Okay. Okay. Also, was that Lauren's one? Was this Lauren's last? Was this her closing argument? We'll see.
Please do shout yourself out in your closing statements. Thank you all for attending tonight's conversation.
Okay, it's not.
I appreciate your well-being. Sorry for all my viewers on my side about the stream crashing.
Oh, there's such
things
a funny
happen. It's probably
video
the
from
Canadian
Nico
CIA,
about
you know
that.
how it works. We're
It's
gonna throw it
CSIS.
over to. Is that what it's called? CSIS?
It's called CSIS. Everything's lamer
Wow.
in Canada.
Whatever.
Wow, including the debates. Now we're gonna throw it over to Connor.
Yeah, my name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I'm a center-right, law enforcement veteran, Marine Corps veteran, science fiction, religion, and philosophy nerd. I do like debates like this. Sorry to Tale of Twin Rabbit for being a dick, but sorry you frustrated me a little bit. And then basically, I know everybody was expecting a fucking bloodbath, and maybe we failed that a little bit. But that's because, like, I don't know. I give a shit. We're talking about people who are being, like, ultimately at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not we call it genocide, we're talking about people who were raped and murdered. We are talking about kids who ran away from their homes and died of exposure. All of this shit is fucked up. So we can talk about the reason why I wanted to enforce descriptive reality is because I've said this before, I'll say this again, is some of the way this stuff is portrayed, I would be probably acting not in the most rational way possible. The reason why I want to nail down descriptive reality of the past, the reason why I want to nail down descriptive reality of the present, is because I think accurate descriptive reality can get you to better prescriptive solutions. So maybe we can talk about that another time. I sincerely appreciate y'all, and I wish you all well.
Okay, now I'm gonna throw it over to Lauren Southern.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me, first of all, Dylan. I know it was a bit controversial. So, firstly, to assert that there is a genocide occurring, to assert that there were mass graves found, out of all of the graves that were allegedly found that have been in the
Okay,
media...
hold up. I do need to, before we go, to the next one. Let's finish counterpoints grade. Also a final grade. Yeah, I think I'll do the final grade in the way that I'm thinking now. You will see, you can't read my mind. Stop thinking people can read your mind. Okay. So conciseness. B, I guess. A, it's accuracy. Kind of. Oh, it's okay. So it's a B. Because it doesn't actually, it's also irrelevant. Quality. Also B, because I guess he's B for bridges. Basically, that's what the answer is. Relevance. Only relevance. What a lol. No, relevance. It's on topic. Topics. So C. And final grade B for building bridges. That's all he's trying to do here. And I guess that's what he wants to do. And I guess it's the end of the argument. So what can you really expect? It's not really a closing statement. It's a say goodbye, because the way that this debate, it didn't end. It ended because the time ran out, and it also it just wasn't conducted in the best manner. It wasn't actually structured the way you would want it to be. It got nowhere. So there weren't questions that kind of needed to be answered. And I suspect Lauren is about to do that and go back to the root questions and actually make an argument. See, we've got Mr. Factoid in his argument over here. We've got Mr. I want to be friends with you, even though you're absolutely insufferable, which is noble. And then we've got finish him, which I think is coming. Let's see what you guys are saying. Base Dad Connor. Okay. You realize, okay, quality, how concise, on point. It's coming up. Oh God, Lance is going to fail. Here, he did. Give the moderator a grade 2. Okay, I shall. And also just considering my comment that I just made about the way the debate unfolded, that also falls on him because of the direction it went. I think it does become, it is up to the moderator to help people move towards some sort of answer. Okay, some sort of way. Okay, so everybody has their own little blockies. Okay, let's see. Tails came back from the sneako chair. Yeah, he did. Did Tails ever come back? Well, he is. I remember he deleted everything right after this. Well, there's a dead channel that I saw. That's where I took his picture from. I do not recommend playing the Dylan meme video on live stream. Might get copyright struck. Okay, fine. I'll share the what do you call it? The link, so everybody can enjoy. And yeah, because everybody needs to get that. But then again, yeah, you probably did your video get copyright struck? That sucks. And then again, copyright struck for me, it's not like I'm making money here. But then again, you don't want that on your channel. They have like 2 strikes, hey? Anyway, glad to see Tails return from the sneako chair. It's night and day. Listening to Connor and Lauren is like listening to actual people. Yeah, it's like, are they like this all the time? The non-people people? Like, when they talk to each other, do they give each other charity in any manner? No, they don't, because it's the same sort of thing. You can't. You just, if your default is person doesn't agree with me, therefore, oh God, what a horrible way to be sitting, to be thinking, to be stuck in your own mind. I really, really need to figure out if I do that and where I do it. We don't build bridges on the internet, at least if we don't want more patrons. That's cool. That is true. That is the grift, bitches. B for bridges, yeah. Lauren Destroyed agreed. Oh no, Fawful, what did you do? Why did you retract the message? No, wait, moderator grade last. Wait till after Lance. No, I will. I think he's going to do something moderator do. Do you guys say what he does in the end is bad? And I think that's where we get to what happened in the intro, right? Okay, MKD gets F for corruption. Really? After? I need the gas! Okay, here we go. It's how they talk to the right and why they have so much fun fighting. Because they don't know how to fight. Bam, 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 bam. Let's go.
Last few months, not a single body has been exhumed. Not one. And even so, this doesn't mean there aren't necessarily graves or a graveyard, but all of the chiefs in these communities have
I'm going to go
stated
back
these are
just
not...
to make sure I'm on the right sentence.
So maybe we can talk about that another time. I sincerely appreciate y'all, and I wish you all well.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Lauren Southern.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me, first of all, Dylan. I know it was a bit controversial. So, firstly, to assert that there is a genocide occurring, to assert that there were mass graves found, out of all of the graves that were allegedly found that have been in the media the last few months, not a single body has been exhumed. Not one. And even so, this doesn't mean there aren't necessarily graves or a graveyard, but all of the chiefs in these communities have stated these are not mass graves if they do exist and they do know about them. The 751 graves found, the Cowasus band, Chief Cadmus Delorme, emphasized that the findings were not from a mass grave, but unmarked graves. The band leader in Kelowna said it was not a mass grave for the 215 graves found there, or potentially. The GPR researchers that did this research said nothing is confirmed until things are dug up. Yet progressive activists and media continue to make the claim of mass graves, and so do our debate opponents, exaggerating what were some potentially absolutely horrific things that happened in the past. And we need to be honest about what has occurred to have a proper conversation while not exaggerating. And unfortunately, this exaggeration has led to legitimate hate crimes and destruction today, and that is unfortunate, and especially unfortunate that people are making excuses for it.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I hate him. He just said thank you very much. Even the way he fucking says thank you very much, just it speaks to the soul of me and ignites a fire of absolute. I would like to just. At least he did remove himself. Anyway. Bam, grade A statement. So is Miro better than Canva for this? I think so. And I will show you because we will have time to go through the whole of it. Because it's only 10 o'clock. And if we get to the end in the next half an hour, I'll be able to show you a bit more of the way it works. Especially because look how much you can put into one. And it seems to work a bit better. And also you can make the frames. And I think that will help us in our summary part of the debate, of the video. But let's go. Lauren A. Okay. So let's discuss her grade here. She actually gives a good amount of detail while also keeping it concise. So let's go conciseness. A, and I'll say balances facts with reasoning. So like she doesn't inflate the whole thing with facts. She puts the reasoning behind and she puts her argument out. She doesn't just give you a whole bunch of premises and say, hey, give me a conclusion. So I like that. I know that goes on into the next one in accuracy. And also, so then we say A, and also I'm going to put there consistent with beginning of with arguments in the debate. Maybe I should give it a consistency thing, but they are all consistent, so it doesn't really matter. Accuracy A, and I'll say sufficient detail and number of references / facts. Quality, I mean, overall quality, we just say A because she, like I said, she gets to also the conclusion of it. That was one of the nice things. She's like, people are making excuses for it. She's the only one who actually has gotten to this excuses thing. Also, she doesn't apologize. So no apology. Thank you. Rather, thanks. On and ends off strong. Okay, final grade. I wanted to make a quirky thing. A. No, that's what we say. Finished. Okay, the Adam Freded School of Apologies. I dig it. That's how I talk to the right and one. Strange how Dylan puts Lance last. Oh god, maybe they colluded to do that. The BAM grade A statement, Lauren with an A. Notice that Dylan directed Lance to the last. Oh my god, you guys stop it. What is happening? I think they did. It sounds like now that both of you have pointed it out, maybe they did that. A student, Destiny talks with Dylan after this debate, calls almost all of them mostly Rabbit Boy, for like 20 minutes. Provides a great post-mortem. Maybe you can watch that. Yeah, we can watch that just now. We'll do a quick summary. Or you know what? I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. You can watch Destiny after this and cut the part where Dylan gets on and discusses the debate. Okay, well, you guys could tell me where that is. So you don't have to watch me look for it. Adam Friend at School of Apology, I'll dig it. Okay, let's go.
I don't know. I'm unclear. Academics, historians, indigenous nations, government agencies, they've been open about this genocide for decades. Just thank you very much. I don't know. I'm unclear. Academics, historians, indigenous nations, government agencies, they've been open about this genocide for decades. The Truth and Reconciliation Report was issued 6 years ago. The concession was made that these fires aren't somehow all a conspiracy of Antifa. The concession was made that the mass graves are being identified and require further research. The concession was made that the foster...
Okay, so he's listing the concessions made. Okay, so he's saying, no, you don't have to delete that. Okay. So this is what he thinks the concessions were. Okay.
Concession was made that these academics, historians, indigenous nations, government agencies, they've been open about this genocide for decades. The Truth and Reconciliation Report was issued 6 years ago. The concession was made that these fires aren't somehow all a conspiracy of Antifa. The concession was made that the mass graves are being identified and require further research. The concede was made that the foster care system is absolutely toxic and therefore the removal policy was unacceptable. And in response, I got rhetorical tactics and
What was toxic?
shouting. The concede was made that the foster care system is absolutely toxic.
The next thing that he says here, does foster. And now he's going to go into that with a lot of shouting. Fuck you. Fuck you. He's been waiting for the whole time that he's been silent to come and say, oh, you shouted at me, by the way. Absolute cunt. Tails opens with, I don't know. Yeah, well, you don't know nothing. He's doing the performative ignorance, or not even that, just the passive aggressive. You guys are so stupid. I can't believe I have to repeat myself here. He blames the other debaters for raining on his argument. Bro, it's your job to defend yourself. That's what you're here for. Whoa, 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 whoa. When did the Truth and Reconciliation Commission make any concession about church fires? He sneaked that in. What a weasel. I wonder if anyone has, he didn't say that. Did the Truth and Reconciliation thing say that? Is he asserting that? Or did he just say, oh, the concession was made? That this isn't, oh my God, did he say that? I'm going back.
aren't somehow all a conspiracy. Government agencies, they've been open about this genocide for decades. The Truth and Reconciliation report was issued 6 years ago. The concession was made that these fires aren't somehow all a conspiracy of Antifa.
So he's saying that that was made. Neither, sorry, it doesn't even matter, Nico. Whether he's saying it's from the report or from his opposition here. They did not concede that at all. No. He blames the other day. Yeah, that is really, wow, that's, if we're going to go in, that's where you get the F for accuracy, you absolute bastard.
The concession was made that the mass graves are being identified and require further research. The concede was made that the foster care system is absolutely toxic and therefore the removal policy was unacceptable. And in response, I got rhetorical tactics and a fair amount of shouting because this was fun. Fully mature people learn from their mistakes and move forward. Fully mature people own up to their past.
Wow. Okay. Shouting. Because it was fun. Okay. And fully mature. Sorry, let us use your words, please, or enlightened one.
Shouting because this was fun. Fully mature people learn from their mistakes and move forward. Fully mature people own.
Learn from these mistakes. Learn from their mistakes and move forward. Fully mature people own up. Oh no, shouting. Yeah, shouting that absolutely shouted you down for talking a whole bunch of absolute hogwash and wasting everybody's time. And you know what? He got the shout instead of Lance because he's even snarkier and more condescending than Lance. And you know what's funny here is, okay, you people usually, I know that I'm talking about one debate here, but we do say like people are nicer to Sitch because they can't see him, whereas they are ugly to Adam because they can see him. Like this is a thing that and a theory that I have as well, is that it's a lot easier to kind of come at him and be kind of ugly because he's the one that's right in the face, and you can see and you can compare yourself to how you look compared to Adam, and it like that's part of the whole social construction that's going on there. So you would think that maybe that would help that he isn't seen, but when your voice is so thickly condescending that it doesn't even matter what you look like, that you're so insufferable just from just your words, you're beyond the pale there, dude. Oh, he's not pale, is he? Wow, I wonder why Tails said the part at the end. Strange, like he's setting up something. Oh God, shut up! Okay. Fully mature people own up. Okay.
Up to their past. Fully mature people acknowledge that sometimes a priest can accidentally set fire to his own church rather than scream at the person.
Look at Lauren's face. She's going, and Connor's just like, what is this? That's a priest. I'm sorry, I have to do exactly the words.
Fully mature people own up to their past. Fully mature people acknowledge that sometimes a priest can accidentally set fire to his own church.
Can accidentally set fire to his own church.
Rather than scream at the person.
Everybody else just acknowledged the conflict in a okay. Everybody else, I mean, the two opponents, Lauren and Connor, both acknowledged their heatedness and then went on. You are not doing the fully mature thing about moving on. You can, I suppose his way of thinking is, if I do something wrong, I can learn from it and move on. If somebody else does something then I can never let them live it down. And not that I think that it's something that needs to be lived down. He's very much stuck on this one point. That was 20 minutes ago, dude. We're done. We're over you. Okay, scream at the person.
Who says that it happened? When members of my community learned that I'd agreed to participate in this, they were appalled.
Oh my god. Oh god. Appalled. 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 Oh, the word appalled. I'm appalled. It's a what yeah, I think that's one of Jordan Peterson's favorite things to say. It's appalling. Calm down. Jesus. Okay. My community was appalled. They heard I was participating in this. I wonder if they were appalled because they thought you would. They're like, no, please don't be seen by other people. My God, no. You are not a good representative. Please just fuck off.
I hope they at now least kind of partially understand why I did.
Oh, you're a hero. You're a hero. You're an absolute hero. I hope they understand. So we had word salad, Lance, and emotive language. Actually, they both have word salad. Actually, this just okay. Continue.
Okay. Before we throw it over to Lance to wrap it up, I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow we have the Hippie Dippy Roundtable on
Hold
the
up.
show.
That's why I did.
Is that it?
Okay. Before
Okay. Okay, let's do it. Before I read chat. Conciseness. I'll say E because no, it was as long. It was as long. I'll say F. It was just as long as Lance's. Then accuracy. I mean, it's an A for accurate. Or actually, no, it's a F. Concessions pulled from ass. Okay. Okay, concession pulled from ass. On concession on. Don't put it in capitals. Come on, be a good person. Concession. Pulled from ass. Quality. Dog. Oh, rabbit shit. Final grade. Go home. Rabbit. God. Okay. I'm heading home for the day. Will you be streaming on Thursday? Yes, I shall. Unless something bad comes up. But you know we will talk before then. Travel safely. Care. And thank you for coming over. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Fire happened, people. Smugnerance. Oh, I like that. I shouldn't have done that. Let me just take one without a tag. Oopsie. No, what does redo? There is something at the top that has redo, doesn't it? Yes. Ugh. Pull from us. Let me just do it again. Quality. Rabbit shit. Shti. Final grade. Go home. Oh, I like that last one. Buddy man is pawned. Bunny man pawned. Appalled. Bunny. No, I think, okay, anyway, we'll see which one comes out there. He blames the other debaters for ending on his argument. Concession was made that fires weren't all conspiracies. Some fires were accidents, tell Twin Rabbits. Yes! Oh yeah, that is his argument. He would concede that some of them are accidents, okay? I hope Tails makes a comeback for the lols. Me too! Oh no, shouting. Yeah, on the internet. Have you ever? Wow, I wonder why Tails said that part at the end. Strange, like he's setting up something. Mature people don't burn down places or worship based in Ooh, Nico, don't come with your logic over here. What kind of bullshit are you smoking, huh? No, no, no. You can't be doing that. Okay. And people like Tails don't deserve breath to breathe oxygen for free. I have to share the planet with this guy? Yes, you do. Smugnorant. And you need to say this. Shadow X. Smugnorant. In fairness, when Adam gets into debate mode, he gets aggressive looking in the camera. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't mind that. That's how you engage. You don't have the person in front of you, so you better look in the fucking mirror, in the camera. But does he get condescending the way fucking Voosh does when he looks in the camera? That I can't handle it. Fire happened, people, Tails. The child's argument, like kindergartner logic. It is a child's argument. Well, Adam also tracks conversations in a meta way. Adam responds to what he thinks the other person is trying to get at, while Sitch responds directly to what that person is saying. Yeah, he does do that, but you can see Connor does that as well. And it worked. It was okay. And I think if it can get you into the weeds, because then you are also opening yourself up to being said, no, you're straw manning, you're this or that. So there is mind reading. That isn't a good tactic to do. You guys are right. But it's okay if it doesn't doesn't open them up. And here it didn't, for Connor, it didn't work that way. He actually kind of, Lance hadn't made the argument, but he moved it forward for him. But he was also framing that in a question. So that was at least fine. Lance could have said, that's not what I meant at all. I never said that. To be like, oh, that's why I wanted to confirm. Anyway. Clumsy priest arguments. Clumsy priest with incense argument. The imagery of it all. He was not there to concede a single point. He was there to gaslight and excuse bad behavior. Yeah. Oh, but also at the same time not condone the bad behavior. I didn't steal the cookie. You must have dropped it. We didn't start the fires. Pearl clutching. Bunny Man is appalled. They were like, no, not you. You're going to make us look bad. Exactly. That's what exactly. Smash the like button, by the way. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mexican. Please clap, Tails. Please clap and cry. Standing ovation, please. That's not the end. Keep going. We will. Wait for it. Yeah, the last plug makes everything even more sus. I wonder why Dylan is doing the announcement now. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not the end. Oh, it's because they're going to go and talk about that? Oh, it's not the end. I know. I'm just reading you guys. I'm catching up. Tails gets an F. All right, Lance. This is the only thing you prep. Don't blow it. I thought he was done. Oh. You're going to have to want to change that in a second. What? Change what? Bunny Man owned. Oh, okay, not owned. Okay. He's a harassingly annoying. Oh my god, that is my favorite. If the pun counter was working, we would be increasing it. Don't worry. Although I saw stream elements, but maybe it would say so. Make sure you all are alive on live chat. Good, I'm back for this moment. Oh god. Take care, Lance. About to get that see me after class teacher's notes. Oh god. I looked the post debates in the Discord if you're interested. Okay, I'll see that. Linked it. Okay, you guys, it's so cold right now. I need someone to turn on the gas heater. Oh god, guys. Okay. Lance about to start cooking. No idea why. This is an English class. Okay, cool. Let's see. Adam needs to turn into the corn where he's in elephant mode to disarm his opponents. Oh my god. Corn Adam. I came out of nowhere the other day when I was just catching up stream, and it just makes you just lose. I think it'll make people lose their shit, but imagine having your argument. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Imagine having your argument like this. I hope they understand why I did. My community was appalled. Imagine. Anyway, I was saying that Adam's response versus such behavior is why there's a difference between the anger. Okay, that's Sid plays, takes the steps. I can you guys tell I'm stalling? I don't want this. Okay, let's go.
Throw it over to Lance to wrap it up. I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow we have the Hippie Dippy Roundtable on my show for this Friday. And next week, I had to reschedule due to today's technical difficulties my review of Tariq Nasheed's new movie, Buckbreaking, with Your Movie Sucks, which should be happening hopefully some point next week. Now we're going to throw it over to Lance to wrap it up.
Yeah, I don't think there can be any restorative justice as long as the people responsible aren't taking claims for the actions they've done. If I could use a simile, it's kind
Hold
of...
on. I do want to just take this all out. What color is this douchebag? I don't know. No, this guy is the bunny guy. He's the wrong colors here. Guys didn't even notice that. What bullshit. Horrible. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try and just close my eyes and listen.
like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the
Wow. Okay, I know that this was in the beginning, but I didn't hear it properly because I was like, okay, it's coming. Like I didn't listen to it too much because I was like, it's coming. We'll examine it. Okay, so just my first note on this, right? Over here, he in his whoopsie. Okay, in his first closing statement, he was talking about he did all the facts and stuff, right? Now he literally says 2 lines about his fact drama, and then he goes into a fully personal attack. How is this something you thought was good? How did you think this was a good idea? Who said it was a good idea? Who told you? Who can we blame instead? Was it the government?
Difficulties. I want to let everybody know that tomorrow we have the Hippie Dippy Roundtable on my show for this Friday. And next week, I had to reschedule due to today's technical difficulties my review of Tariq Nasheed's new movie.
No, Lauren is not expecting
with, Your Movie
anything.
Sucks, which should be
Like,
happening
you wouldn't
hopefully
expect
some point next
something
week. Now I'm
like
gonna throw it
that
over to
at
Lance
all.
to wrap it up.
Yeah, I don't think there can be any restorative justice as long as the people responsible aren't taking claims for the actions they've done. If I could use a simile, it's kind of like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the alt-right,
And
telling
he's
around with people
reading.
like,
He's reading. This motherfucker's reading. I wish can you just copy paste it for me, Lance? So I don't have to write this, because it seems like I really do. And he's also, he doesn't say you, Lauren. Just using this surname as well is just, I don't know, it's a bit pissy.
it's kind of like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the alt-right, palling around with people like Brittany Pettibone, Richard Spencer, touring around the globe with someone like, let's say, Stefan Molyneux, who is well known for measuring the skulls of black and white people, spreading the Great Replacement conspiracy, spreading the Great Genocide conspiracy theory, then going on tour spreading both of those conspiracy theories, in addition to going to join that far-right nationalist group, First Europa, and then joining them by shooting flares at immigrants, and doing all of this while at the same time, all of it bubbles over and boils over to the point where, at the end of the day, you ultimately led to one of the people contributing towards the Christchurch shooting, who declared that the Great Replacement theory was one of the reasons why they committed the atrocity that they did. Afterwards, you then took everything back.
Pussy.
Yes.
You fucking
Afterwards,
pussy.
you took
Bringing this.
everything.
Yes. 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 Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, sorry. This reaction over here, girl. Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't get any sympathy. You don't get any charity. You don't get any nice words from me. You are getting sworn the fuck out. You little fucking piece of shit. I can't even find the words. I can't find the words. Like, who the... You look at this, man. Look at this. Look at you. Why is he not the one that's off the internet?
All up at the end, so I don't have a chance to respond.
You can
Fuck
respond.
you.
Wait.
I'm more than
bitch, you're
glad.
lying.
More than glad.
Okay.
More than glad. I would love. Please bring it all up.
Cunt. I would love you. Oh my God, you scum. You absolute scum. The only scum that is nothing to do with scum, the hilarious scum in our chat, but absolute, the original. Oh, you piece of shit. And I'm not hamming this up for you guys. I'm not increasing my anger for you because I'm in the camera. I have this thing, just this disgust. My mouth cannot stop curling because it's, I can't, I know, ooh, too much overreaction, whatever. I just can't. You can't even call this bad faith. That's not bad faith. It's just fucking being a fucking asshole. You're doing something. How did you, how did he think that this was an own? How did he think that would, I hope he gets taken the fuck out in terms of the next video we're watching. So, fucking pussy. Bringing this up the end when I can't respond. And then he's like, oh yeah, I would love for you to respond. I'd love for you to respond. Absolute puss. What an absolute cunt. Such a cunt. We don't even need the swear jar for this. This man, I wouldn't accept any swear jar if you increased the swear jar now. I wouldn't.
Bring it all
Can
up,
I just
Laura.
say, wait. You can respond, but let me just be clear. I am not going to be part of it. If you want to make this into a fucking shit show, I'm leaving, and I will not contribute to that because that's.
Excuse me? You're telling me you can respond. But I'm not going to be part of it. Not going to be part of it. Oh my God, type, Chinsia. Jesus. Not going to make a shit show. Sir, you call out your friend Lance over here for that bullshit. Okay? You call out Lance for that. You don't say to Lauren that you're not going to be part of this. You can respond, but I'm not going to be part of it. No, you say, hey, you, Lance, that was fucking stupid. What the fuck was that? Oh, what? No, maybe it's because, what? Oh, It's because that's what he wanted it to happen. What the fuck, Lance? Now Lance is a pussy. I'm sorry, not Lance. Dylan's a pussy in this. What an absolute cow. Little cow. What on earth? How do you think that was honorable? Okay, let's see.
That's not the type of brand I want to produce. Do you
That's not the type of brand I want to produce.
both understand that? Okay.
Oh, at least he said you both understand that. That's great. You both understand that. Oh, very well done. Little bit of redemption. It's a bit late now, but okay.
Lance, finish, and then I'm out, and you two can fucking eat each other alive if you want.
Lance, finish. No, Lance is done.
Sounds good.
Lance, okay. Lance,
Look
you
at
get
his face. Look at your face. Look at you.
Yeah, I'll finish. And then turning the whole thing around to suddenly say that you're going to rebrand yourself as this wonderful new centrist and everything's wonderful and that you write children's books now and it's all ooh-woo and everything's good now and nothing bad ever happened. I think if you wanted to achieve restorative justice when it came all of this stuff, then what you had to do was simply acknowledge any of the bad things you've done in the past, but you haven't. So I don't think the idea of you now doing this rebranding tour is anything more than you just seen the writing on the wall. That's ultimately what this all is. You knew what was happening to your peers, and you were smart enough and astute enough to walk away from it.
You're such a bitch, Lance.
Okay.
Bring it up. Let's
Well,
go.
Wow, I honestly don't know if I would be able to respond. I'd just be like, I don't know. I don't know how you can even, how I would respond there other than, yeah, you're such a bitch, Lance. I don't think I'd be calm enough to just say you're such a bitch. She drinks her water and she's like, cool. You're such a bitch. Like, what would you say? And I will read chat. I can see it moving. But what would you say? Other than all of the reactions I just had, it wouldn't work. I like that she says fuck you, but yeah, it just wouldn't work because look how smug he gets with it. He's happy he's gotten under your skin. So I mean, just blinking maybe at him and just going. That I guess would be the best way to own him. I think. Maybe just I think my only maybe I would want to say my response is yeah, fuck you. Fuck you then, or something like that. I don't know. I would like to figure out when. I think I would probably have muted myself out of that call, but then again, it would just look so bad. And this is the kind of thing that Eric July, that should get Eric July to stand up and go like, you want all of this, Tyrone raising them kids, that sort of thing. That's the height of the anger that I feel. Okay, what he says, you wanting, if you wanted to rebrand yourself as a perfect centrist and write children's books, then you should have owned up, basically. You've done. Just like restorative or whatever justice. Like, fuck off, you. Oh my god, what an absolute puss. Absolute puss. Like, okay, I know I'm going downwards here, but we'll sort it out when my brain is not frizzled by rage.
Let's go. Talk to me. I'm staying right here. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, throw 7,000 accusations at me and then ask me to respond to them. That's great. Connor and I are going to have a chat with my chat. And if you want to not be a bitch boy and have a full conversation another time, we can do that. We'll arrange that.
Okay. You all have a pleasant afternoon.
I'm right here, Lauren. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go talk to Connor.
No, fuck you.
I have to go join my family and my life, but I'm seriously, let's set this up for another time. Let's set this up for another time. I'm 100% for it. All right.
Sounds good.
See you later, bitch boy.
Have fun. Oh, well, I'm excited for that. That'll be wonderful. That'll be wonderful. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I'll have another opportunity to say any of that stuff to Lauren's face, so. Do you want movies and Serfs?
I don't even have comedic hate for him. I'm speechless now. There's no post-debate seethe. There's just... I'm shocked that a person can exist this way. I think we have an idea of how I feel, so I need to just keep quiet and read chat. Okay, I'm reading chat right in front of me. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Where were we? Smash the like button. I was saying that Adam's... Okay, I love it when Adam uses his elephant rage for good. Yes, just go. Oh boy. Wow, yeah, this is really sus how he got his plugs out of the way here. Yeah, it really is. Buckle up, everyone. Technical tip. Strap in. Oh, I need the heat. Oh god. No, Lauren's expressions are the best. Yeah, check Lauren's reaction. Get him, kitty! Sick him! Lance's simile, guys. It's beautiful. Oh my god. Lance fails so hard. He gets a G. Is that a simile? It isn't, no. It's a metaphor he's trying to say, but... or an analogy? No. This is all a lie, by the way. Yes. Animated, kitty. I'm sorry, I'm just too much. Say all the $2 words, kitty. Let it out. I think I did. Lauren offers to debate him live and he ducks out twice. Oh? Because he thinks that she's ducking out now. Did he ever debate Lauren after this? Yeah. By the way, Lance is still running from her to this day. I think last I heard. Well, he better fucking run. And he better run hard. And if he ever sees her in person, I think just with a look, she would make him piss his pants. And I'm not saying that like, ooh, physical woman versus man. I'm literally just saying that man has the moral fortitude and the honor of, I don't know, not even of a twig, of a piece of gum underneath somebody's chair. He ran away and made excuses. However, Twitter didn't. Let the hate run through you. My God, it's just too much. People, why Destiny called him spineless Lance. This is why Lance went last. Now, Lance needs to get the fuck out and stay out. Moderator is like, not my job to moderate this. What? Exactly. He gets an F just for that. Like, just fucking getting out and not calling out the behavior of why. I know why. It's because that's what he wanted. But still, like, don't even try and call yourself a moderator then. Lauren did make a response video to this. Oh, where have you been that entire bait, Dylan? Yeah, exactly. He didn't really out there both sides in this. No, he did not. He tried. It's all you were producing. Uwu, Lance, uwu. Yeah, he thought he was being really. He thought he was being uwu by saying uwu. Lauren Southern is a better person than Lance. Very much so. There is no contention here. Lauren Southern has better person. Lance saying uwu is clearly the worst part of this closing. Dylan did say that personal insults were bad and makes you yourself look bad. However, I still think he knew. Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, the Lance finish was a massive misstep. Should have just left at that point. Yeah. If that were me, I'd say your mother was a hamster and your father smelled the elderberries. Yes! And I spit in your general direction. I fart in your general direction. I said spit because I thought of Frenchman for some reason. There's a word that starts with F you're not allowed to say anymore. Cool. The best move would have been to not respond and completely gloss over it. Yeah, I agree with you there, Andrew. I don't know if I could have, but I think that would have been the best. Yeah. The best move would have been to not respond. Yeah, haha, based ripper. Tyrone is raising Lance's kids as well. Lance didn't even have kids. He's got no fucking sperm count. So how many times did Lance reference the debates? Once. In the first line, something there. He took his conclusion and then he used his conclusion as his conclusion and made his conclusion into an insult of Lauren. And he thought it was great. And when he laughed like that, that's what made me hate him, like feel actual hate for him. Because you could sit there and be very proud of yourself. You could really do that. It blows my mind. My mind is blown. You know what? Bob is a fucking angel, okay? Absolute angel. Because he's just not, I don't know, but he's just bad faith and pathetic. This man over here, he's more solid. His existence is more egregious to me. His existence is more, I don't know. I need to get over it. I'll get over it. Like, I'll go to bed and forget about it until one of you messes with me on Twitter or something about it. But still, God, this is obnoxious. Listen, they don't watch. I'm kidding. I know what you're talking about. Gish Gallop at the end expected to respond. What a spineless weasel. Still haven't happened, by the way. Face red. Lance just oozes sexual charisma. Yes, I'm actually moist. I think Lance has cultivated the kind of audience that would have let Lance be if it hadn't spurred out the ad homs. Wouldn't have left Lance be the kind of audience that Nico, are you saying like his audience would have enjoyed it? It's fine, or he's actually cultivated an audience that gave him shit? Because it sounds like that did happen. True, to be honest, his chat loved this. For a long time, the top comments were, "You did bad, but the part is that the end was amazing." Meantime, that's the worst part. Dylan didn't do his plugs before the closing statements. He made Lance go last. Let Lance make a ton of personal insults against his own ethics, and then said, "I'm staying out of it." No, yeah, exactly. You can't. I don't think a moderator needs to stay out of things. A moderator moderates. You don't. Otherwise, you might as well just not be there. If you're not going to actually take one side and say, "Hey, no, stop," and you know, like he thinks he's doing that in the beginning of the debate. Just by saying someone when he's talking, when I'm talking, nobody else talks. He thinks that's him being a moderator. No, that's not you being a moderator. That's you just waving around your false authority. It's stupid. Dylan didn't do his plugs. Haha, Joffrey. Wait until you get on the Welsh train. Remember how actual fandom went completely nuts right at the end of the debate with Stitch and Adam. This is exactly the same. They, actual fandom Lance, waited for it all this time, and boom comes the character assassination. Yeah, that's true. But you know what? With the actual fandom and whatever, they didn't go as like this man framed his entire ending thing as an insult to her. Unnecessarily. He didn't even try to veil it in some sort of insult. That it was planned, and that makes it pathetic more than anything. Oh my God, I can't even find the words. And you know what? This is when my husband goes, "It's just the internet, relax." I'm like, yeah, but when somebody's, I get righteous. I'm righteously angry. He hasn't done anything wrong to Lauren. Lauren's not going to cry. But it's just like, how dare you? Remember how my enemies are ontologically evil and there's no act against them, which is wrong. Exactly, Mr. Anderson. Nico, I actually think actual fandom and OC were grasping at straws and tried to nail their Stitch and Adam the whole time. When Adam finally gave them some scraps of emotion, that's what I'm thinking. That when they the thing that really got Adam was where they took one of his views and made it the same as racism. They're like, oh, you sexist, therefore you racist. They're like, that pissed him off, and once they got that that emotion, yeah, they went on it. What is more crazy over here is that they had all cleaned it up nicely. They'd finished themselves. They had they'd finished off, said okay, fine, cleaned it up, and then this bitch over here, he is a bitch boy. Bitch boy. What an absolute little bitch. I think it's a cheap shot. That's also why I agree with her calling him a bitch boy. It's such a cheap shot. I need to go back into this and just write like a big "this man" kind of statement. Flaccid. I did get to the end, and I'm shook. Yeah, Adam shouldn't have said he was a sexist. I know he was just trying to demonstrate the different levels of what sexism, like when you make a joke that is sexist, you're suddenly a sexist, as opposed to literally being a misogynist. And so he was kind of trolling with that, and also baiting them. So, fine. Let's get into the Discord and get the video, because we have like an hour left. Boxing match. Fuck's sake. Is it in the suggestions? No. Wait, chat it up. Owen, chat it up. Please say something. Okay, let's see. Open for me. Yeah, we can actually just put it here.
By definition, literally.
Where are you playing? There we go. It was Discord playing.
Every single cemetery is a mass grave. Oh, did you go to the mass grave yesterday and visit Grandpa? Like, yeah. What a...
Let's let him finish.
We've denied mass graves exist, even though the
Okay, yeah, we
definition
want
of
to go to
mass
when
is big. So, at this point,
Shh, Connor, shut the f up.
Lord, please, for the love of God. Tale of Twin Rabbits. I'm pretty sure your brain is running on 1995, okay?
Never mind. Connor?
Is this when he comes in?
You're clear.
Did the
Lauren,
article
hold up, I
in the
got this.
chat.
Shh, Connor, shut the fuck up.
Lord, please, for the love of God.
Unbelievable.
which
When
was
did they come
these
out?
fires preceded the news.
Okay. Here, let me break this down for you really quickly.
Okay then.
Me. I liked how you were like begging them in the middle to please talk more. Astoundingly performances I've ever seen from Lance.
Okay, wait. The different one was Mass is big. Oh man, I forgot. Wait, I haven't seen this yet. Cool. I wonder how tall Lance is. What if I put 5'2"? Wait, where does he come? Where do they come in? He doesn't say it. By their definition, cemeteries are most played. So is this when they come up? Who comes in here?
I don't know if I can say chief in this debate, actually. Sorry.
If you want to take your fucking galaxy brain fucking 10 head and your individual experience, then please educate
Counterpoints
us.
finally
But if I have to
loses
hear
again.
fucking Lauren's a dumbass about GPU,
Unbelievable, dude. I'm sorry. I feel like I said this 30 times.
I would say probably. And come on, you don't have to be. You don't have. Sure. Well, our closing statements are only about 2 minutes.
I'll give it.
I want to
I'll
see
give it
his
5 minutes left.
reaction here.
Okay. All right.
And we'll have you go and have Lauren go. Lauren, you were gonna go first, so Lauren.
And even so, this doesn't mean there aren't necessarily graves or a grave.
Yeah, I don't think there can be any restorative justice as long as the people responsible aren't taking claims for the actions they've done. If I could use a simile, it's kind of like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the alt-right, palling around with people like Brittany
Is this free to
Pettibone,
him?
Richard Spencer, touring around the globe
Like, is
with
this new to
someone
him?
like, let's say, Stefan Molyneux, who is well known for measuring the skulls of black and white people.
It's not funny. It's not funny. It's disgusting.
Spreading the Great Replacement conspiracy, spreading the Great Genocide conspiracy theory, then going on tour spreading both of those conspiracy theories, in addition to going to join that far-right nationalist group, First Europa, and then joining them by shooting flares at immigrants.
Oh, there's
and
the chat. Damn right. Call her out.
doing all of this while at the same time all of it bubbles over and boils over to the
I like it doesn't even get the facts wrong. Like, there was some genuinely dumb shit that she was involved in, and horrific shit. Shooting flares at immigrants?
That's not what it is. She just shot a flare. Anyway.
where at the end of the day, you ultimately led to one of the people contributing towards the Christchurch shooting, who declared that the Great Replacement theory was one of the reasons why they committed the atrocity that they did. Afterwards, you then took
You
everything
fucking
back.
pussy. You fucking
Afterwards,
pussy.
you took
Bringing this
everything
all
back.
up at the end so I don't have a chance to respond.
You can
Fuck
respond.
you.
I'm more than
bitch,
glad.
lying.
More than glad.
Hey,
More than
damn.
glad. I would love, please. Bring
Why
all-
would you invite additional conversation when you already fucked this one up so hard?
Wait.
Bring it all
Can
up,
I just
Lord.
say? Can I wait?
Oh, he thinks he doesn't think he fucked up hard. He thinks this is great.
You can respond, but let me just
Yes.
be clear.
Wow, there's people in the chat saying "fuck you, Nazi." Jesus.
I am not going to be part of it. If you want to make this into a fucking shit show, I'm leaving, and I will not contribute to that because that's not the type of brand I want to produce. Do you both understand that? Okay, Lance, finish, and then I'm out, and you two can fucking eat each other alive if you want.
Sounds good.
Lance, okay. Lance, you gonna finish?
Yeah.
It sounds like this is the most research that he's done for this entire debate.
I'll finish. And then turning the whole thing around to suddenly say that you're going to rebrand yourself as this wonderful new centrist.
Oh, come on. That laugh.
Oh, well, I'm excited for that. That'll be wonderful. Well, no, I want to keep everything about the facts. I want to stick to the facts and the feelings, not talk about that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I'll have anotare opportunity to say any of that stuff.
I want to
face, so.
stick to the facts, not the
Hey,
feelings.
to Riz
Fuck
100,
off,
you did 10
you
with the subs.
insulting ass.
Appreciate you. It's good to see you. How dare you bring up things that I've absolutely done? You didn't need to push her down the stairs at the end. Please tell me it's going to be a Twitter clap.
How's
You're not a debate, really. I'm not a debate, bro. Clearly. Everyone was so worried. Fantastic.
This
Fucking
actually
ideas.
might be one of the worst performances I've ever seen from Lance in my entire life, and that's saying something because he has said some astoundingly stupid shit to me. I liked how you were like begging them in the middle to please talk more because you realized that they were getting so absolutely fucking shit stomped. That
So,
like
one of the preconditions of me doing this, because it was either going to be me or
Was he there the whole time? Guys? I hate Dylan for this. Hold on. Galaxy Brain Tin Head. I like that too. This is a soy milk flavored laugh I've ever heard. It like squeaks up and whatever. My laugh is more masculine than his. Like, really? Of course, Lance he did good. Yeah, Lance, he did a good snap at the end. There was red meat for his base, yeah. Destiny's listening to this after the fact. Okay. But Dylan there, but now is he speaking to Dylan? Okay, if this is where, Andrew's probably off clipping it to show me where I'm supposed to be watching.
modern day debates. Apparently, I was like, well, if we're gonna have this, might as well be strictly moderated. So we
Strictly moderated. Get the fuck out.
had a person in the background timekeeping. So like every once in a while I'd get like an update of like how much
That's such bullshit.
each person talked, and at one point I looked and Lauren Southern talked for double the amount of time of both like Lance and Lance and
the rabbit dipshit fuckhead.
Well, okay, I will say the avatar person with an avatar.
Okay.
And I was like, well, if she alone has spoke double, and that it's not even including Connor, then I need to do my best to like.
Yeah, but the issue was that it wasn't because they didn't have enough space to talk. It was because they didn't have anything to say.
Thank you, God. Dylan is there now. Yeah, exactly. Okay. This is after that at one point. No, man, this is, yeah, it doesn't make sense. He thinks he's being great as a moderator. Oh, let's just do his mark quick. You can respond, but I'm not gonna. Like, his mark is moderator. Okay? Like, I'm not even going to be able to say if. I'm just, like, literally... just his final mark. Quality. Shit. Final mark. Do better. Why were you even here? That's his final mark. Because, well, I guess we know why he was there. It was to own Lauren. Oh boy, how did Dylan do, Miss Kitty? Fuck! He did shit, that's it. How's the breakdown going? I've broken down. I have a mental breakdown. It's gone. We're done. Dylan, in all probability, was trying to curb both Lauren and Connor from the very beginning. Oh, he very much was. Oh, he very much was. But he thought that even letting the other two speak more was going to help. I'm closing my eyes talking now because I've been watching this man too much. Lots. Now I'm starting to speak like him. Oh, it's also because I'm rolling my eyes into the back of my head eternally for this person. Yeah, I really just, I can't even find anything funny. Like it's his final mark is 0, not even F, not even E, just 0. Why were you even here? Like, and then he says, Avatar guy. Isn't Avatar guy for the Serfs as well?
The guy shut the fuck up the entire conversation. Is he an indigenous person?
I believe so.
Oof, he's gonna get harassed tonight. Yeah, Jesus, what a horrible fucking showing.
I believe, yeah, they're getting pretty railed online.
Yeah,
right
they
now.
deserve it hard. They super deserve it. Like,
I don't think they deserve everything.
Excuse me.
Absolutely, they deserve. This is probably one of the worst showings in these conversations. Wait. If you're going to take on, first of all, actually, I will push back so fucking hard against you. Okay.
Nice.
If I'm gonna get called an irresponsible platformer every fucking time I have any fucking conversation with any of these people. If you're gonna market yourself as the fucking indigenous man's mascot and giggle and talk about how you play video games and do all this fucking indigenous culture, and you talk for 10 fucking minutes, even after being begged by the host, and even after being tagged in by your debate partner 30 fucking times, and you don't have shit to say except, I didn't follow any of the fucking conversation. Nah, fuck you. You deserve everything coming your way in terms of like online fucking like ridicule. Absolutely.
He didn't even say I didn't follow the conversation. He actually just didn't follow the conversation. He spoke. He spoke a shitload, and as if it was on point. Base Destiny. I mean, I can see why he's angry, but he's not. It's not making a sense, considering I suppose you forget after Lance did that. I really don't like how Destiny yells over over other people. I might agree with him, yeah, but still, yeah, performative ignorance. Yeah, his whole thing was performative ignorance. The exhausted body language says it all. You guys have been through the gauntlet. Yeah. I don't understand why he shouted here. Does he just shout? I mean, I'm pretty loud and I shout. I don't shout over people. I shout over my friends, my husband. But does he just always shout at people like this? Or was he just so angry?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well, I was just saying, I've seen a few things that are a little over the line about like game ending stuff, right? It's like, okay, that's not stuff anybody deserves.
Like the guy literally denied the fire. He's like, oh, well, wasn't it just incense? Like, come on.
Okay, but can I just get you to say that you don't believe he should end his own life then? I mean, just to be clear, he's getting a lot of
I didn't say he should end his own life. Jesus.
That is so stupid. Can I just get you to say, like, of course. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Can I just get you to say that you don't think he... Of course, that's not what he wants. Like, how is that a thing? Okay? Like, I would feel insulted that I had to actually make it clear. Like, anyway.
Okay, then let's be clear.
Yeah, there's a TOS over here. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, wonderful. But I mean, if you want my honest opinion, right? My honest opinion, and I'm not probably shouldn't. Like, Yeah, they didn't perform great.
It's not that they didn't perform great. They didn't know anything about what they were going to talk about. How not? They didn't know anything about the first grave site found. They didn't know anything about the ground penetrating scanner technology. They didn't know what the I'm sorry, Dylan. You're a history guy. I'm not. Okay. You know what the fuck a mass grave is, right? You know that a mass grave doesn't just mean a lot of.
He's really upset about that mass grave thing, eh? Not always, but he's mellowed out. Okay.
Bodies in an area, right? Like.
As I'm usually referred to when I think of mass graves, is usually an unmarked site of some sort. Where
I think he's defending them because they're his friends. That's the whole idea. I'm a little bit lost. I've disregarded my debate performance. We've refuted my arguments and I have nothing to say. Do you need a break? Get a glass of water. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, Scum, I just couldn't. The mass grave definition really was a big low life. Look, I guess it wasn't as egregious for me because it was just like, yeah, okay, you're dumb. You're being dumb and disingenuous and that's it.
a bunch of bodies were dumped
And you had to look it up.
to a pit to dispose of them quickly
Exactly.
after like, a war crime.
Yep.
usually.
Oftentimes to not disclose what's happened. Yeah. You can't just say a lot of people were buried here. That's a mass grave. When that rabbit dipshit poked up and he's like, well, mass just means a lot. Oh, come the fuck on. Is every single cemetery a mass grave, my dude?
Well, I think the thing is, the mass grave discussion felt very pointless because somebody could have easily been like, why should a school have a grave, period? The fact that there was so many people dying at these schools shows terrible misjustice. I felt like if like that angle was like ridden with, it would have just played much better.
Well, the reason because they were ran by
that.
churches, so they had like cemeteries outside. Like that's why, right? It was all like grounds of like church, school, like and then cemetery.
But graves
I don't
specifically
think that
with
would have been a
large amount of
slam
child
dunk.
bodies due to like children like running away
Well,
from abuse.
sure, but I mean, like, I'm not gonna like defend what happened at these schools because obviously there were atrocities. But I mean, like, also let's think like past the initial atrocity, you have a bunch of kids dying of tuberculosis. Are you gonna ship those bodies back to like indigenous communities? Like, is tuberculosis something that could be spread past death, like malaria or whatever? Is that like a concern?
No, but that would be the problem. Isn't the existence of the grave, period. The problem is that the grave was necessary because of the treatment, how these people were treated.
Sure, and I can agree with that. But I'm just saying that when you say, not malaria, I'm sorry, Ebola is what I was thinking of. When you say mass grave, you know what you're doing. Not you in particular, but like when you say mass grave, the connotation is
when you say
are
mass
killing large
grave, when you
swaths of
say
people and
genocide,
probably trying
it's
to
the
hide
same
that
thing.
fact, and you're killing so many of them, and you don't give a fuck who they are. You just toss them all in a pit. So like,
Yeah, Nico, that's exactly it. Like, why? Why didn't they say that? Why he didn't want to? Actually, he thought that was moderation. But he could have. It doesn't just because you had another point that you wish somebody would have brought up. That doesn't mean you would need to bring it in. It would just you would have to try and steer it. I think it's about being able to converse in a certain way. That would help you move people along. The mass grave definition, they are on his team. The good team, they need to be defended. Then why didn't you moderate them? Yeah, and get the conversation back on track.
where children are born because a lot of them are dying due to like really bad housing conditions and shit. Like that's bad, but it's not a mass grave.
Couldn't somebody make the argument that due to the large amount of neglect that was shown towards these children, that the intent of like using the word mass grave, and I would admit that mass grave might not be the best word to use here. I would say that the intent of using that word would be to display the amount of neglect and like harm like directed towards these children.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is a
Then-
problem that I
then
always have
say
with leftists. Then stop lying about fact one when you've got fact 2, 3, and 4 that are really bad. There was a lot of really horrible conditions set up in these schools. Tons more children per capita were dying in these schools from tuberculosis and shit. That's what the argument should be about. Don't try to make it about some intentional genocide, intentional mass grave. Like, why would you go there? Because when you lose on that ground descriptively, like rhetorically, you already look like you've made up everything else you're going to talk about. Like, just start on the strong point. Like, yo, lots of kids died here. It was horrible
I will
conditions.
say the thing.
Yeah, you don't need to. I don't think anyone would actually deny that completely. You could never deny and say absolutely nothing happened.
The thing that baffled me the most, there's a few things that baffled me, but one big thing that baffled me was like the talking about the church burnings.
Oh
Like,
my
I feel
God,
like
the incense.
the incense thing that really confused me because it just felt like a waste of
It wasn't a waste. He was trying to make it sound like there were no church burnings going on, but it was just a few
That
accidents,
was
and they've
so
always been going on.
stupid.
Basically, it was like his version of Holocaust denial. Like that dude was 2 YouTubers away from being a fucking Nazi, guaranteed, 100%.
While I wouldn't agree with the terminology you use exactly, I do agree.
Oh
that the
my
point of it was to
God,
make-
being a leftist is so exhausting. You can't say anything. You can't make any jokes. Jesus Christ. No, man. Oh. Words have meaning, Dylan. They do, and he didn't use another phrase. It's the exact same problem with CRT, exactly, but we do want the effect of that word. We want to use the most incendiary word. Be careful with incense, fellas. That's it. That's the actual map, sorry. We're going back here. Be careful with incense, boys. That is the moral of the story. There you go. Many of these dudes use these kinds of tactics. He just didn't know how to utilize them correctly. Yeah, well, then I don't want them to use these tactics. I guess that what they are even worse. Ugh.
Downplay what was going on, and so like, hey, we don't know what's really going on. I think the line that the Serfs ran with later with a lot better, which was basically like, we don't know exactly who did it. It could have been this, it could have been that, it could have been this, which I think was better than just like being like, well, how do we?
Yeah,
know?
a little.
Like,
but I remember when I
it's
was
not
first
even
arguing
a-
this with Lance. Fucking like I think this was maybe even back in June. I don't know if they're gonna look, but like I remember that my initial argument was like, bro, the reason why I don't like this idea of it being an ongoing genocide is because when you say that, the response should be people rising up and fighting the government. Like if there's an ongoing genocide, that is a demand for action if you live in a just society. So like when churches and shit are burning down, when you say like, genocide, like, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of understandable. So for people to act like, oh, we don't know why churches are burning down, when you use these like ultra charged words, right? Genocide is arguably, besides what, Holocaust? Genocide is like the worst word you can use, like the most aggressive word you can use. And to say the one is actively ongoing, like Jesus.
I would say the thing that got me about this debate was the amount of topics that needed to be covered. Number one, it was the churches. Then it was also whether or not it classified as genocide historically. Then there was then it later went into whether it's still genocide. Then there was a topic about retributive justice, which meant for everybody involved, at any point someone could be like, and I didn't set up the debate. I wouldn't have set it up specifically like that. I would have made it like about one specific topic. This was given to me about 2 days ago. So I what happened, like if somebody was talking about, say, like the
It seems like he just wasn't doing. He wasn't really. Was this the first one he's moderated? Because I could believe it if it was like the first one he's moderated. Bad faith incest argument, but nothing to bring the discussion back to the core topic. He never did. Yeah. So he's just, he had all of these thoughts, but he was too scared to bring them up because he didn't want to seem like he's defending Lauren or Connor. It's too scary. It's exhausting. That's breadtube for you. Yeah. No, Dylan had been hosting a panel debates for a while before them. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. So he went on Sitch and Adam. And got better. Jesus. I mean, he went on Sitch and Adam and became a better person. That's what you guys were saying.
our technology. At some point, someone could be like, well, let's talk about retributive justice. And then you talk about retributive justice, and someone could be like, well, let's talk about whether it's genocide. And so you get to pivot the whole conversation. And so it feels like if I was trying to timestamp
Yeah, it
this,
would have been cancelled. That's what I'm saying. It's so
yeah, well, I mean, like the difficulty is that when you talk about
tiring.
retributive justice, you're talking about retribution for a wrong act. We kind of have to agree on what the wrong act was in order to get into the justice part, right?
Exactly.
So like it makes sense that that conversation is going to precede anything about like retributive justice.
Yeah, the thing is, when the questions were sent to me, and this is something like, for example,
His debate series was called Hippy Dippy, I think. I've never checked one out. Why would you... What does that even mean?
I know you've been on Primes before. I don't really like how like for example, Prime like phrases questions when you're in the Discord groups, which is like a very long, like almost paragraph for each question. Like considering the fact that this happened at this, is when it should just be, is welfare good or bad?
Sure.
Like it should just be
You
that
didn't.
simple.
The
And I
problem
feel like
wasn't with you in this debate. Like your topics.
well, yeah, I know
were
the problem
fine.
is the problem for me with the topics was there's so many strung together, and I was
No.
basically
No, I'm glad that he picks that up, but that's not the problem. It's the people.
No,
Yes, I
wrong.
think
Your
there's-
topics were absolutely fine. Your issue was that half of your panel could not engage on a single fucking
Thank
topic. That was the
you.
problem. The problem is that every time Lauren or Connor brought something up, Lance would dance around 15 things because he didn't know how to address any of the points they brought
Yes,
up. And that
exactly.
rabbit dude was sitting there, I guess, supposedly masturbating the entire fucking time, maybe to the artwork on one of the games he bragged about playing. He should have spent more time reading the text and less time jerking off to the pixels.
Jesus! Destiny's got a mouth, eh? Yo! Okay. He hosted one of the most well-known panel shows on Twitch to date, what I gather. Well, panels talking different to, I don't know, he just didn't moderate very well. What must I say? No, Dylan, it was word salads. Yes, it was. Is there any particular bit you want me to see still of the Destiny here? Because I'm just proud of us for finishing. And I guess we could do a summary of this, but maybe we could frame it together and then I'll go to bed. Because I'm actually pretty tired. I know that we're supposed to go until 12. But, it's just so bad. I just don't want to touch it. I don't want to look at it. I can't give you guys a summary. I can't do it. I'll have to record it some other time. I'm done. I can't. And we're supposed to stay awake until such an Adam? No, I can't. Let's see him watch Connor go off. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so he goes here. This is most replayed. I still don't know why Destiny plays this game in the background. It's weird.
Fucking true. Okay, thank you. Never mind, Connor. You've redeemed yourself. For the whole debate so far, you're at fucking 9 out of 10. Keep it up, Chief. I don't know if I can say Chief on this debate, actually. Sorry.
If you want to take your fucking galaxy brain fucking 10 head and your individual experience, then please.
Okay, so I at least had the same sort of thing with Destiny, because it was like, okay, fine, shut up. I was also the same, like, relax. But yeah, less than 1 hour till such an Adam. Understandable kidding. Wow, I meant RJP. LJP, damn. Lauren can't have a debate against a wiki page and Braindad. Yes, but Braindad, handsome strick. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. That's what? That's fascinating, Tail.
To a company who's oddly not listed anywhere on the company's prospectus.
I would actually lose it. I would lose it at this point. I think I would lose it. I think this would be the straw for me, and then I would start getting very, very, very mean and very personal.
That's not terms. That's not definitions. And that's certainly not facts. That's just random anecdotes.
I have just posted.
I'm just gonna put it at higher quality so we can see. We can see him better. Although I guess it depends on the quality that's
To the article in the chat.
Connor, shut the fuck up.
Lord, please, for the love of God. Tale of Twin Rabbits. I'm pretty sure your brain is running on 1995, okay?
Never mind. Connor, fucking, you're clear for takeoff.
We're fucking 30 minutes into this goddamn debate talking about, like, I don't know, terms about fucking murder and descriptive reality and history and all that kind of shit. And you want to talk to Lauren about fucking GPR and whether or not she can offhand fucking come up with a new way to conduct anthropology? I don't give a shit. Fucking catch up. Because basically what you're doing right now is you're acting smarter than everybody else in the fucking room while saying absolutely fucking nothing.
Absolutely fucking true. Okay, thank you. Never mind, Connor. You've redeemed yourself. For the whole debate so far, you're at fucking 9 out of 10. Keep it up, Chief. I don't know if I can say Chief in this debate, actually. Sorry.
If you want to take your fucking galaxy brain fucking 10 head and your individual experience, then please educate us. But if I have to hear fucking
I could listen to this so many times. So good. Oh. LJP because he's terrible at names. Yeah, but it's because I and L look the same. Lowercase L and an uppercase I. I would probably best call you JP, because I just have friends called JP.
Dumbass about GPR one more fucking time for 35 fucking seconds, I'm gonna fucking lose it. So either educate us, talk about the subject, keep up with the fucking conversation, or just don't bring up GPR again, because I don't give a fuck, and I don't trust Lauren to reinvent anthropology in the next fucking 10 minutes. Okay, so let's move.
By the way, I just really need to make the point that I am not making this up. I'm inciting.
No, he thinks this is him. This is him being a moderator.
Lauren.
Okay, sorry.
Please in the future do not do that.
Do you see? Is this what it's like? Is this what he was like on the rest of his when he was doing the debates? Like the moderation? Is this what he was like?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Rabbits, I want you to respond to Connor. He said a lot.
The L stands for the L you took last night. Was he on premature ejection? I need to go and watch that. So you can't respond. Smart. Yeah, it's such very moderate.
Or
such,
if you want to
such
respond, it's
moderation.
clear.
I think your brain is still running in 1995. That was a good one.
I mean, if he needs to take a little break and get a glass of water, that's fine.
Oh my god. What a loser. What a subhuman fucking piece of shit. God, this guy is such a cringe fucking demon. This guy is a cringe demon. He's the grown-up version of this guy.
Oh my, oh my. Well, I'm not entirely sure, actually. It just sort of happened. And I enjoyed it, and I just sort of stuck with it. The end.
Jesus.
Okay.
He's given so much. It's like it's like a League of Legends game, okay? It's like a League of Legends game. When I'm playing League, I'm getting ganked fucking every fucking 2 seconds, okay? 4-man bot, 5-man bot, 4-man bot, 6-man bot, because my own jungle comes and feeds. I'm watching this guy in a debate, and the moderator's cutting off the other people saying, hey, would you like a time to speak uninterrupted? Yes, I would love to speak. I'll speak uninterrupted I'll do it for 10 hours. I'm a fucking streamer. I'll speak as much as you fucking want me to. It's a debate. I came here to talk, motherfucker. And this guy has nothing to say. How? How you have nothing to say?
He
This
says
is your
so
fucking
much.
schoolhouse, dude. This is your purview. This is the whole
He says so much and yet so little. So consistently. Cringe demon is a great term. I dig that one too. I feel like it'll be used against me one day, but I like it.
subject matter that you fucking spent your whole fucking Twitch career researching, supposedly. Okay? Do you remember a story or a plot line from any of the indigenous games that you say you grind on stream? Like, what are you doing? What is happening? Bro, wake up. You're still on Red Bull's couch.
I want to throw it over to Lance since again, the time.
Dylan is begging. Dylan in the background. Don't confuse this for Dylan being a good moderator, okay? Because Dylan in the background is thinking like, oh my god, the fucking Nazi woman has spoken for like fucking 50 minutes, and these two other dumb fucks that were supposed to shit on her haven't said fucking shit. I need you guys to talk more because
That makes sense that they haven't said shit to her, or they've been stupid. That would kind of make sense that he would let Lance go as far as he did. Like, Lance has everything written down. He's read everything that he said there. I guess he has this. I understand writing things down helps you, but in this context, it shouldn't be a thing that you do. Maybe write some shorthand, but he seems to have written whole ass speeches beforehand, not even during the argument, whatever. I love this rage. Yeah, it's what makes him good. What makes him popular. I think Destiny and Lauren got along really well after this. Well, it's just because you're like, oh, look at this reasonable human. And look at these two assholes. I was going to say nonsense, but that actually has a horrible meaning.
we're just going to talk about how this is irresponsible platforming. Lance, please. He's probably DMing Lance. Lance, I got people in chat like,
Irresponsible platforming. That's a thing. Fuck off.
give me studies. Maybe you should look at the fucking Twitch chat. Neither of you are talking, so you got plenty of time to fucking read. Please come up with a better argument. Dylan's probably freaking out because he knows he's going to get shit on for this fucking debate.
It's extremely lopsided at the moment. I want to make sure both sides get ample speaking time. Lance, do you want to say anything?
Well, just to counterpoint statement there, if Lauren is making the assertion
It's streamception, guys. We're like 3 streams in.
that she believes, in this case, that this technology is not representational of the fact that there are mass graves, or perhaps we're lost again in the semantics.
I can't handle Lance again. I'm sorry, I can't. Well, I wasn't coming through at all. I checked my levels on my interface and it was all good. Rate the debate out of 10. Go. I think Disney and Lauren. Okay. Out of 10. Okay, but we need this. We need different different measures for out of 10. Okay, we'll do the overall. Okay. So I'm gonna give it a scorecard. Okay, so these are all the scorecards over here. This will be like the frame where I put the scorecards. Okay, so this is the most important thing. Okay, and then if we're going to go scorecard. Okay, so if we're going to say, I had the word I wanted to use. Entertainment score and actual score. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like entertainment value, I want to give them all of that. Okay, so if we want to say topic, like the rating of the topic, it's 10 out of 10. It's a good topic to argue. Very relevant, very cool. Participants, 5 out of 10 because only half of them were intelligent. Moderator, 2 out of 10. Like really, I'm very unimpressed. And I know that I haven't moderated before, but I just don't know how you can end up doing that. Oh, wait, when your whole ideology is based in bad faith, you can't really do it, can you? What else was there? Was other things that I was going to say. Cohesiveness, yes. Cohesiveness. That, I would say, is like a 4 out of 10. Because it doesn't... Well, okay, it's cohesive in that one person responds to the other, but the argument doesn't flow. I suppose we could say like it's relevance of arguments. So I don't know, arguments, flow, logical flow. I don't know, logic. And that would also just be like a 4 out of 10 because it just dissolves. It doesn't do very well. And then entertainment value. Oh, wait. Frustration level, right? 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. Bad faith. 10 out of 10. No, not even. A 9 out of 10 because it's just absolute stupidity. Lols. So entertainment value. 10. Will I watch this again? Never! What else? What other things would we say? Sticking to the topicism, yeah. I mean, I can't do surgery either, but I still say where the doctor did a terrible job. Exactly. Frustration, 7 out of 10. No, frustration for me is just... I just was so angry. It's the height of angry. Okay, so I might have to come back and change this going forward. And that's why some of you said, like, once I get into Vouch, maybe I'll reassess myself. But this made me so angry. I'm over it now. I've calmed down. But if I had to see this Lance boy, bitch boy out there, I don't think I'd even be able to say hello. I'd be properly disgusted with his face, with his whole entire just existence in front of me. I wouldn't be able to. Oh boy, Vouch, yeah. Well, okay, so what is your guys' ratings for this? If we go into... So everybody for topic, what do you guys think? I mean, I guess it's not too much. It doesn't really, we don't really worry. Good Lord, Vouch is the king of this. Of what? Of absolutely being frustrating and lying and misrepresenting and just frustrating the shit out of you, hey? Vouch is top tier frustrating because he picks weak opponents and makes sure he comes out optically. Yeah, the optics thing for sure. Andrew has recommended a debate where he actually takes the reasonable stance, but it also seems to be for his penchant to argue women against women. Watch it with Sitch and Adam. It's hilarious with commentary. Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch it with them because I just want to know what they said. Sophistry and solipsism. By itself, it's a good example of terrible rhetoric games. Oh god, it's just, yeah, lessons learned. I can't even take it. I can't even take that from it. What? Educational value. Okay, let's go educational value and psychological value. I can't even get that sort of thing out of it because this distaste that I have for Lance is clouding my judgment right now. So I'm like, how can I learn anything from you? But then again, yeah, I suppose it's like, look, why did you get so angry at this person? Why was it so disgusting to you? That isn't okay, cool. I changed my mind. Education value. Top tier, let's say 8 out of 10. I'll do that. Okay. Now I can't keep going for another 25 minutes, guys. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I've eaten, but I need to eat something else. I don't know. Perfect example of Twitch debating. Oh, God. Look. Is YouTube debating any better? And I suppose you're just saying like stream debating. And I mean, you can't, I don't know. At least this was a debate, kind of. It wasn't an Eric July versus Bob thing. Take care, Kitty. See you, such an chat, hopefully. Yeah, I'll take a break and then hop in there at least to just say hi to everyone or just see what they're talking about, what the topic is, and all of that. So I'll see you there now. Thanks so much for taking this journey with me, everybody. The link to the diagram is live, but I am going to wake up tomorrow and make a better frame because you can. What's great about Miro is you can present it in frames. So it gives you a nice change of views. Very cool. And you can do that whether you own the document or not. So there's that. Kitty's analysis, 10 out of 10. Oh, thanks, Equin. Did you guys see my cat, Axel? Oh, there was a cat behind me, I saw. Thanks for honoring my request. Forful, thank you for bringing this into my life. It made me feel things, and it made me question whether I could ever be that horrible. We must learn moral things from this. I think it was valuable. It was a valuable exercise, and I'm very glad we went through it. And thank you so much for keeping the spoilers away. I know that the little bitch boy thing was in the beginning, but it had no context, so I was very happy to not really absorb it. So well done, guys, for keeping the spoilers out of it and just saying, wait until the end, wait until the end. I was wondering if it would not deliver, but it absolutely did. And yeah, I guess I could, if there's going to be a shortened version of this, as in the little summary clip, it's not going to be today. It's going to be once I've calmed the fuck down, and it'll just be me. Because, yeah. Anyway, I'm blushing. You better be. Big fun. It was so much fun. You guys made it so much fun. You made, look, I can talk. Don't worry. I'll talk and I'll commentate on anything, whether I have chat or not. And seriously, if you want to test me, do it. You can sit and do nothing and I won't. But having you guys here makes it so much better. It's so much fun. And also having you guys know what's coming was also quite an interesting thing because we had a nice mix of people not knowing exactly what was happening and having seen clips or whatever beforehand. But this debate, everybody except for like Snakes and me didn't know exactly what was happening and what kind of. So like all of my anger that you guys saw beforehand, you were like, lolsies, wait until she sees this. So that must have been a lot of fun. We will be back on Thursday. Yes, I will put up a poll with a couple of options for Thursday. But I did see Andrew has given us a palette quiz. Oh, final question. Are owls birds? Technically,